This subject is very pertinent for growth of our African continent. I'm privileged this morning to chair this session, which will focus on education in Africa, career progression, gaps in learning outcomes, and responding to the learning crisis. The paper to be presented is a critical summary of three distinct but related framework papers. That was commissioned by Aerc. As we begin to engage on this issue, a number of questions come to mind. And these are the gaps in Africa's learning? Are there gaps in Africa's learning systems? Can these gaps be remedied? Should we be worried about a learning crisis in Africa? Many people have informally argued that the education system in Africa does not reflect the developmental needs of the continent. Is that correct? Sharing these perspectives on these matters this morning is a distinguished scholar, Professor Adrian Lucas. Professor Lucas is the chair of the economics department in the Lerner College of Business and Economics at the University of Delaware, that is in the United States. Additionally, she is an affiliated faculty member of the Data Science Institute at the same university. She is also a research associate of the National Bureau of Economics Research. She is a development economist specializing in the economics of education and disease. Her current research focuses on increasing student learning within the existing systems. She received her PhD in economics from Brown University. Professor Lucas has much more to her than I've stated here. She is not able to be with us physically, and for that reason, her paper is going to be presented by a colleague, Dr. Ipapa. Once Dr. Ipapa is presented the paper, I will invite a discussant to follow up this discussion. For now, may I kindly invite Dr. Ipapa to make the presentation. Dr. Ipapa, please.
Good morning, everybody. Clearly, I'm not Adrian, as you can see. My name is Gerald Papa, and I am a colleague of Adrian's at the University of Delaware. And I'm here today to present the paper she put together, a summary of these three framework papers. And excited to be here. Thank you so much, ERC, for inviting me here. I'm excited because this is a topic that I truly care about and literally dedicated the rest of my life to study. So I just kind of wanted to start by talking a little bit about me very, very briefly so that clear that I am aware of the context, right? So I was born here in Kenya, and I grew up in rural Kenya, Western Kenya. And, you know, back then in the 90s, like most of you guys, I went to a school that only had one classroom. And in the school, you can imagine, with one classroom, there's 8 grades. Only 8th graders, or class 8 as we call them, would do their classes in the classroom, right? And the rest of us would do classes on the trees, okay? And taking classes on the trees, of course, you don't have the luxury of desks, right? So would use makeshift desks made out of stones, right? So that was in the 90s. And you can imagine if it rains or during the rainy season, right? When it rains, class is almost done and you have to sort of either go home or gather together in the 8th graders classroom until the rain is done. Of course, those are some of the challenges faced there. In my studies, we like to view those issues as public sphere issues that affect education, right? Of course, that's not the end of the story. There is, like most of you have experienced, as a young child going to school, your role is not just to go to school, right? So you have to help out in the household. Me and my brother, we were responsible for my grandfather's herds of cattle, right? So we would bring the cows to the grazing fields in the morning before going to school. During lunch break, we'd come home, grab lunch, go get the herds of cattle, bring them to the watering point, water them, bring them back to the grazing fields, and then head back to school. And that's daily, right? I'm not saying this as a surprise to many of you. I think most of you probably went through this. So I like to view these kind of issues as private sphere issues affecting education, right? For the most part, the household kind of trying to deal with those. If the family or the household values the returns to education, probably they, cut some slack on the children and let them study and get someone else to carry out the so tasking tasks in the household. All right. So to that end, so this presentation today though is going to focus on the public sphere issues, the private. I just want you to have the private sphere issues as well in your head. We talk about the public sphere, which is human capital supply of the education, and the issues behind, issues that affect them. All right. Okay. All right. So, here comes a conventional statement. Schooling, and more generally, the development of human capital is integral to economic growth of any country and development of that country. And at the micro level, the well-being of the household. Okay, I apologize, Professor Land, Pritchard, and I guess we'll converge at some point when I talk about productivity a little bit later on. But this is a conventional statement that oftentimes people align themselves with. Also, the good news is that enrollment, since I was back in primary school in the 90s, enrollments have risen, gone up. As the barriers to access to schooling fell, primary school enrollments went up. 54% around the mid-90s, as we've had in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, and now to over 80%. The less good news, the learning crisis. Students being in school, but they're actually not learning. An example from a World Bank report in 2018, in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, about 75% of third grade students could not read a simple sentence. All right. I know you could, Someone would ask, well, how about the fifth graders? How about the eighth graders? Let's focus on this. We expect them to be able to read a simple sentence. Well, 75 of them cannot. So this problem, being at school and not learning is, of course, acute. And what scholars done, they've posited causes of this. And of course, some of them have also suggested solutions to this. And as part of ARC's research project on human capital development, 3 teams have developed framework papers that study deeply the issues behind the lack of learning in schools. And so today my role here, on behalf of Adrian, is to summarize those, synthesize that would be palatable to the audience. All right, so we're going to start with Engris and Dakon's work here, where they look at the 2 gaps in the supply of human capital, which draws our focus on the importance of understanding the magnitude of the problem and the gaps that exist. You can't really address a problem until you know how much or the extent of the problem. And then we'll then talk about Benjamin Piper and our author's work here. They dive into one of the approaches to responding to learning crisis. And then we'll pivot to Adrian Lucas' work. She gets beyond teachers, right? So Ben and Beck, the focus on teachers. Adrian goes beyond that and now talks about the leaders in schools. All right. Okay. So one of the challenges really in understanding how to increase the quality of education is our ability to understand the extent of the problem, right? And understand the quality because we are unable to understand the extent of the problem. We need to first resolve the problem of understanding the extent of the problem. And so this paper is going to tackle the quantity versus quantity issue, which is the difference between the time a child spends in school and what they actually learn. Right? We'll dive into that. You can imagine that, as we've had, focus has been in schooling for quite a while. And so the data on years of schooling is available for most countries. But one challenge, much more complicated issue, is measuring actual learning. Okay? So the second challenge is to understand the potential differences between what is stated in the policy and what actually households receive on the ground. Services is what appears on the policy, what the household receives. There is a gap, and when there's a gap, there's about to be some inefficiencies. We're going to talk about the policy gap as well. So let's start with the quality gap. The conceptual idea here is that schooling is not really equal to learning. Heard about this over the last days. So just because a child completes a year of school that child might not have learned the competencies or the necessary competencies for that grade. And so what Angris and Darkon here do is to combine the schooling and the learning measures into a learning adjusted years of schooling metrics, LAYS. Basically, intuitively, if you want to think about this, I won't bore you with this. The LAYS adjusts each year of schooling acquired relative to a high performance benchmark, one of the really high performing school systems, that then represents the amount of learning that would have been acquired in a year in that high performing system. Okay? And so based on this LAYS, as you can see in this graphical representation, students in the OECD are expected to attain about 10 so the OECD countries shaded red there, they're expected to attain about 10 to 12 years of schooling, and this is more than twice the level of this is twice the level of schooling in LAYS or measured in LAYS in sub-Saharan Africa, or some parts at least. Of course, as you can see, some parts of sub-Saharan Africa there, the average child attains about an equivalent of 2 to 6 years of high quality school. 2 to 6. But there's also sort of outliers. Kenya and Zimbabwe outperform their sub-Saharan peers with LAYS averaging between 6 and 8 years. Okay? All right. So the median years of expected schooling in Sub-Saharan Africa. The median years of expected years of schooling in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, is 8.2. And the median LAYS, the metrics we just talked about, is 4.9. The adjusted, the learning adjusted years of schooling is 4.9. There is a decrease of 3.3 years on that metric, about 40%, which is to say, after school, a child would have just gotten 60% of what they should have learned after that period. This difference we'd like to think about as the degree to which schooling systems are not delivering the amount of learning possible for each year that the child is at. In other words, the efficiency of schooling systems. So broadly, we see that countries with more quantity of schooling also have more learning, but this relationship is not linear, non-linear. Some countries are delivering more learning for each additional year of education, and some are not. For example, if we kind of zoom into Ghana there, Ghana, Indonesia, and Vietnam, they all have an average expected attainment of about 12 years of schooling. Yet this students score very differently across those three countries on a common test. So you give them a common test, they score differently. And this demonstrates the difference in learning schooling system of three countries. Ghana, for example, here scores below what is usually considered minimum achievement, and Vietnam scores over 2 standard deviations higher. Ghana is scoring 2 standard deviations lower than Vietnam. And other countries with the scores like Ghana report about 5 years of schooling compared to Ghana's 12 years of experience. So Ghana looks like it's not, is experiencing quite a bit of. Okay. So this figure here, as with expected years of schooling, we say they are correlated, but not in a linear way. Richer countries on average have higher lays, but again, the relationship here is nonlinear. For example, you can see Vietnam and Kenya there have higher lays than expected based on their levels of per capita income. And South Africa have lower levels of lays than expected. All right, so in a nutshell, Sub-Saharan Africa has both one of the overperformers, Kenya here, and underperformers, South Africa, relative to their income level. Okay. So this figure here, a little hairy, but so this figure here ranks countries in the region by lays, and includes Singapore on the far left, which is basically a comparison as a benchmark for. And so we see that on average, countries more schooling have higher lays. So the unshaded part, or the whole thing really, not expected schooling, this is the amount of learning that happens. And so on average, countries with more years of schooling have higher lays. And what you could see here, right? Ghana stands out as an exception, right? So it having the third highest of schooling, as you can see, but only the 8th highest lays, and it ties with the countries who have only 8 years of expected. Right, and Benin, which has 9 years, they're tied on the lays metrics. So if we only looked at the years of schooling, then we would be overestimating what's coming out of that. So it's important to adjust that so that we can actually accurately measure the extent of the problem. Okay. But there's been changes between 2010 and 2020. Some countries in the region have made meaningful progress in increasing the lays. Overall, the region increased at a rather slow rate. The region increased at a rather slow rate of 0.05 lays, or learning adjusted years of schooling per year, or half a year over the whole decade between 2010 and 2020. Again, of course, this hides the overall. This overall showcase hides a lot of heterogeneity. in the region. As you can see, Botswana there did not increase their rates at all. Botswana and Chad stayed at 5.1 and 2.8 respectively. In contrast, in Togo, we see there was substantial increase by about 1.5 years. Okay? All right. We're going to pivot really quick. What we've talked about, now we've kind of seen the extent of the problem in the learning, right? Now, of course, many interventions that are promising exist, and they're intended to increase student achievement while in school. Of particular promise is two sets of reforms. One is having differentiated instruction for students. Some speakers talked about it here. When you teach at the right level, then you probably are going to be effective. Other promising reform is the pedagogical reforms centered on structured pedagogy. And then we're going to talk about this a little more. It's a work by Ben Piper and Deacon. So, as we've discussed, one challenge in the reform, in any reform, is to actually implement it at scale, right? So you can have all exciting reforms trying to work in small scale, but then implementing that at scale may be challenging. So you can have official policies in place, that you target to increase learning, but the question is, are households actually experiencing the whole extent of the benefits from those policies? Right? So Angrist and Deacon here try to get to this. So they surveyed 40 countries across Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and of course South Asia and East Europe, and got data on official policies. They then compared these policies to responses they got from household surveys from these same countries on their education, the experience, so the education services that this household. One case study that's really useful to showcase the remote learning due to COVID crisis. And as you may know, many countries implemented remote education. They did that either via television or radio, and these services were not uniformly accessed or taken up by them. Take-up was varied. But we can see that over 3/4 of households in Latin America, access remote learning. Less than 50% access in Sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, apart from Kenya, which had 75% of the household access. Okay. So what they observe in here is that countries for whom children spend more years in school and acquire more learning were those that were both more likely to implement distance learning and those for whom the policies enacted were more likely to be used by the households. So they were likely to implement the remote learning, and the households were also likely to take up the remote learning. So in other words, the smaller the gap of the policy and practice, the higher or the larger the expected years of schooling, and the larger the learning levels. Okay. So now that we've seen the extent of the problem and what can be difficult about seeing the extent of the problem, what can be done? Right, so the second paper by Piper and Beck here, they look at an approach that looks promising to addressing these learning challenges and its structural. So in lower primary schools, we've seen poor instructional methods, such as having whole class and teacher-centered instructions, and adherence to a curriculum that's not aligned with the level of learning by students. We've seen those poor instructional methods get in the way of learning. And so one solution, they say, is we can update the teaching and the learning environment to structured pedagogy. So what are the essential components of structured pedagogy? So let's talk a little bit about that. So it's not new, right? It's been around for over hundreds of years, and used by different groups, from the Ethiopian Orthodox and to the European schoolmasters. This has been there for a while. But of course, you can lose the sight of, well, they're also controversial in a way. The critics point out that it actually manipulates teachers and students and removes teacher discretion from what they can do or what they can teach outside of that framework. Supporters say that this provides a really neat framework, especially for new teachers coming in, but also brings the joy of teaching once you realize a student is actually learning. And then, of course, since there is all the teaching is structured, the plans are in place, takes off weight of the teachers, and frees up the time for teachers now to focus on the important work of being creative and interacting with students. Okay? All right. So what is in this structured pedagogy? What is it? Right. So what this basically includes is teacher guides. We have teacher guides. We have lesson plans, hidden materials, and teacher training, and of course, ongoing support for them. Ongoing support for them. I know one of the presenters mentioned support for teaching is necessary. That's a part of that. Right? Now, so the autonomy, so what they say is that the autonomy of teachers can vary from having the whole thing scripted, you can have every word scripted for a teacher, to just providing a menu for suggested activities that teachers can do. Right? That program, this graph basically, this figure provides you that spectrum. You could decide to have words, have or you could have menus suggested for the teachers. So what does evidence say about structured pedagogy? Right, so since the 2010s, there's been quite a bit of evidence accumulating on the impacts of structured pedagogy in low middle income countries. Before 2015, the meta-analyses that were conducted really focused on small-scale trials, trials that had small sample sizes. But after 2015 now, we have 3 meta-analyses that have drawn on studies of much larger sample sizes and have consistently found positive effects of structured pedagogy on learning. What's interesting to note is the impacts we see in low middle income countries relative to those in the United States are actually twice as large, okay? Twice as large. And these impact sizes put the class of intervention, the structured pedagogy program intervention, among the 90th percentile of effect sizes of all the programs that are intended to impact learning or to increase learning. That's huge. Another good, it's a good buy. Why? It's shown by a Global Education Evidence Advisory Panel that it's one of the programs that can improve learning in a cost-effective way. There's one challenge. Doesn't mean, so we see impacts of structured pedagogy, doesn't mean that students will be above grade, or actually would be at grade level learning. Because students are lagging so much behind, even if we see impacts, it not actually bring them to grade level. That's kind of one challenge, but it's because we have that private sphere discussion that I had, things that also needs to be handled, and other things. Okay. So this figure here just kind of shows the wide geographic dispersion of recent programs of structured pedagogy at scale in all in low middle income countries, such as sub-Saharan Africa. But then, so how do we implement? One may ask. Well, to work at scale, we say challenging, right? So we have the policy practice gap. We want to be aware of that. So to work at scale, this program needs to be government priority. It needs to be government priority. If it's not, then it's going to be problematic. It might not give you the effects you'd like. And this needs to be communicated through the system. This priority has to be communicated through the system. Everyone needs to know this is the priority. And we can also use the system to monitor the implementation of the program. We can also have government officials be responsible for it. There needs to be responsibility on and needs to be institutionalized as part of normal activities through all the system, all the chain, from the school all the way to the national. So how are these designed? How are these materials developed, one may ask? So Piper and Beck here, they propose a series of practices, but they want us to keep in mind a couple of things. One is that designing this material has to be an informed, collaborative, and iterative process. Have a back and forth within the team working on. It starts with a needs assessment, ends with material getting produced. After materials are developed, they have to be piloted, have to test them out. Test out and adjust accordingly, and they have to be formally approved. You just don't develop it and throw it out at scale to the whole system. So these are some of the steps they suggest. By the, I mean, Piper and DeBeck, they suggest that you follow these steps, develop this material. You have to understand the strengths of the existing government curriculum, so you get deeper to understand that. This can come from perceptions of teachers, right? Teachers. You can also have members of the curriculum department, what they think about, this existing government curriculum. One could also review the existing document about the existing curriculum, or observation, classroom observation, to see how the curriculum works. Then the second step would be to create a small technical team that makes key technical decisions. So, underline small. A big one that produces stuff really quickly that are not very accurate. And this small team is going to make initial key technical decisions, such as appropriate grade levels, the subjects, languages of instruction, the learning proficiencies per grade, types of materials to produce. All of these are important decisions the technical team can make. And then you're going to have to create a map of the structured pedagogy based on the determined scope and the sequence of skills and content. And of course, go ahead and develop them. Well, we talked about piloting, right? So don't forget that. So once you have the material, you're going to have to pilot it again, and then approve before you can have it out there. Okay, so you have the material. Even the best material may not be effective if they're not used correctly. Teachers need to know how to use the materials and improve their use of the material over time. So the one high quality in-service teacher training, guided by a very concise, well-organized training manual with direct reference to the material, the teaching material accompanying it, and the learning material, is a really important element of the structured pedagogy program. And then lastly, there has to be ongoing teacher support. What is this? Once materials are developed, initial training is complete, well, you don't stop there. Teachers need to receive support. And regardless of the source of the support, it should include the opportunity for observation by teachers, constructive feedback get from whoever is observing, and self-reflection amongst themselves. Okay, so let's talk about data. Data is important at multiple steps in this design, implementation, and sustainability of structured pedagogy program. It's used to justify the program, right? We talked about responsibility. We talked about everyone prioritizing it in the government. So you need the data to justify the program. Also need the data to inform the design of the program. Understand how the program works. You need to see the data. And of course, improve the program appropriately over the course of time. You need to see the data before you can do that. If you don't have the data, then you can't improve the program even if it needs to. Or you could just do ad hoc improvement, which is not. And so data should be collected to understand how the program is working based on what established theory of change had previously as you developed your program. And what they say is that data collection should be embedded in the system, using government structures and systems using the technology that exists within the government can be improved that are both appropriate and maintainable. That's important. And one other important thing, you don't want to use inaccurate data. So what's really important is to have people who have the interest of collecting accurate data, the collection. For example, if you have a teacher that is looking for promotion, right? So they may adjust data because they're interested in promotion happening. So you want to make sure that incentive to manipulate the data is not available. And lastly, this data, once it's analyzed, should be available to the officers. Sometimes you can have a lot of data, overwhelm the program of officers, government, that they cannot. There's a lot of data, I don't know what to do with it. So it's very important that this data is provided to them in a relevant format that is palatable. They can make decisions. So the limitations really here, really quick, we talked about structured pedagogy as some sort of controversy, right? So critics have accused it to be deprofessionalizing what the teachers are doing. And they're also worried that programs are pushed to them. They're pushed to them without their input and without designers understanding the content. So it's in all of this, as you put in your technical team, make sure teachers are involved. So another sort of additional research required probably, do learning effects persist? Once we have this program, do learning effects persist beyond beyond primary school? This is unclear actually, whether these gains persist into later life outcomes and increase economic-wide growth. This is unclear, but there's some recent work, right? That's very recent by Lucas in Ghana that shows that students whose teachers were trained in structured pedagogy, they perform better even after students have transitioned out of primary school into junior high school 2 years later. So that's some good news, but obviously there's more research work that needs to be done here. And then an additional question is whether structured pedagogy programs are long-term solutions or only for systems that are performing poorly. Okay. So I'm going to talk about this last paper really quickly here. It's equally important. We've discussed the gaps, we've discussed the potential reform. How do we implement it, right? Any solution to this learning crisis has to be embedded or implemented in existing systems. You can't scrap the whole system and start new. And those systems include teachers, schools, leaders. But we talked about the teachers, the structured pedagogy. One of the understudied actors here are the leaders of the school and the existing school supervisors as well. So who are these leaders? Who are these leaders? So as with the private sector firms, high quality school management is supposed to be positively correlated with higher productivity. It's kind of where converge with preached yesterday, right? So productivity. In schools, productivity, a particular measure or certain measure of productivity should be or is student test score, right? Of course, students attend school for many reasons, and schools offer many benefits to students. In addition to test scores, there are other things. Schools can improve non-cognitive outcomes. Right? So if you consider a school as a farm, better quality management of schools, better productivity, and we need to be able to measure that. And in this case, because oftentimes moving from one level to the other needs cognitive testing, oftentimes we find ourselves measuring productivity using tests. I just already talked about that. So what is the evidence on improving school management? Outside of the existing system, you can change the managers, you can have parallel training, but we've just said solutions have to be within the existing system. There's also evidence within the existing systems. Management can be changed within the system as well. And extra management training does not always increase test scores, according to a recent study, some recent studies, including Adrian Lucas as well, co-authors in Ghana. So who are the leaders? Who are the leaders? So to be able to get to sort of the bottom of that, Adrian dug into qualitative work, 56 different sources, all 2009 and more recent, published works, dissertations, working papers, reports, and quantitative work as well. 10 resources from 2012 to current. They gathered the data from all of that, from our work from Ghana, Romero's work, and some of the work in the World Bank from 2012, 2016. And of course, Purpose's work as well. So the school leaders are basically the principals and the head teachers. School supervisors, at least in the Ghana sense, is the circuit or the clusters. In Kenya, you may think about those as county directors, something. So they looked at 31 African countries, almost all senior, all experienced teachers. So in sum, really, so she gets into looking at who are the leaders, and what do schools require the leaders to be. What they argue is that oftentimes leaders are promoted from being teachers. So if you are a good teacher, you get promoted until you become a head teacher. Teacher theory, which is not optimal. A good teacher doesn't mean necessarily going to be a good leader, but that's kind of usually what process is. And for the supervisors as well, what they argue is that oftentimes it's either demoted head teachers that end up being then the heads of the schools, supervisors of the schools, at that level. And she also gets into the demographic composition of the leaders and the supervisors. I'm just going to skip that, but I'm going to talk about the key. I'm going to talk about the key policy messages from this So any solution needs to take a system-wide approach. Okay? To be able to increase student achievement, it needs to take a system-wide approach. It has to be from the school all the way to the national government, on national level. Solutions to addressing these problems will need to involve not just the teachers and students, but also include other actors, the leaders, up to the national level. And because of a lack of systematic data collection, the full extent of the problem and potential within and between country differences are unknown. And so it's really important that we get that data. Once you have that program in place, make sure you're gathering the data, accurate data, that you can use to justify the program, modify the program along the way as needed. And so this data collection we expect will explain the learning crisis. And better collection of data is important. You don't want actors that may have other incentives and sort of gather manipulated data. You want objective data collected eventually. And lastly, once this data is collected, right, I just mentioned that data can be overwhelming for program officers, doing hundreds of things. So as you gather the data, it needs to be shared with these program officers. There has to be someone analyzing the data and sharing with these program officers who are responsible for making decisions in a format that is not strenuous, in a format that's palatable. Help them make it. Okay. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Another round of applause. Thank you, Chair. Let me thank Dr. Ipapa once again for a job very well done. Doing 3 papers in one sitting is not easy. These are papers that were prepared by 3 different authors. He has done a good job in making and raising the issues that and the 3 papers. Thanks very much again for that. We'll quickly move on to our discussant, Dr. Nanziri. Dr. Lwaga Elizabeth Nanziri is the director of the African Center for Development Finance and a senior lecturer at Stellenbosch Business School. He is a British Academy scholar and a former Newton International Fellow at the University of Oxford's Center for the Study of African Economies. He has taught both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Her research field is development economics, focusing on finance, behavioral economics, gender, and welfare. Elizabeth has also a substantial experience with policy-making processes in emerging and developing countries. He spent time at the World Bank and holds a PhD in economics from the University of Cape Town. May I invite Dr. Nanziri to make a presentation. A round of applause for her.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'd like to start by thanking Aerc for inviting me and according me this opportunity to discuss this well-written paper. And I have also the honor of rubbing shoulders with esteemed leaders of our continent. Okay, so slides over there. So mine is going to be a simple task to try and give us some key takeaways from the presentation. And I'll also make some observations based on the presentation and the case studies therein, and a bit of some discussion. Let me see if I can do justice to 3 papers. I'll also leave enough room for us to discuss. So I don't have a PhD in IT, so I hope I'm doing the right. Where did I start? Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you very much, Gerald, for the presentation. But what are the key messages from this paper that he has presented? So first, I think there was an emphasis of some gaps. I believe that we have all tried to follow. He was quite slow enough, so I'm going to move a bit faster. So there were 2 gaps that were identified in this work. So the first gap was the quantity quality, and this actually rhymes with what we heard yesterday from the presentations since morning all through the day. So these quantity, which is the number of schooling or number of years of schooling, and the learning that the students get, which is the quality. Okay, so there is that gap that he mentions. And for that, Stefan Darkhorn, who was my colleague at Oxford, they developed these learning adjusted years of schooling, the LAYS that he has been referring to. And we compare that with the years of schooling. Now, he mentions that there is a direct relationship, but not necessarily linear. I think that is important for us to remember. Okay? Those were 164 countries, and let's look at the period, that's 2000 to 2017. I'd like us to consider that time period and also think about the countries that have been highlighted in the study. And again, some of the sentiments that came out yesterday as we were discussing. Then the progress, again, look at the years, 2010, 2020, okay? Then there is another gap, policy practice gap, okay? Difference between what the ministries of education lay out and what actually the households receive. The study was utilized at least 40 countries. Then we go to the responses that were provided by at least Piper and Dubek. They look at what instructional methods, and the solution they provide is structured pedagogy, and those are what we are supposed to be thinking about. Student books and materials, but I also have highlighted there that there is quite a plethora of research in that area. Does providing scholastic materials such as books improve education outcomes? Remember, what we're talking about here, or what we are all driving towards, is education productivity. Productivity measured by test scores. Okay, that is cognitive outcomes. So, if for those of us that are in that area, or those of us that have come across such papers, there is a little bit of conflicting evidence on that research, that providing books alone or teaching material might not necessarily improve the scores. Why? Because there are other elements. Perhaps you heard him, he studied under the tree, yeah? And it's probably not different from what we are seeing in some other countries right now, so it hasn't gone away. So books on themselves might not actually improve the outcomes. Then they talk about teacher guidelines with daily lesson plans. I like that, a continuum of teacher autonomy. I like that, and as a teacher myself, we have, at least in my university, we are required to have a lesson plan. It guides you, your thoughts, and also talks to the learning outcomes that you want your students to get away with. It is a good thing to have. So yes, thank you, I commend that. Then teacher training and upskilling. You talk about minimizing teaching to maximize time to improve skills required for implementation. I think what was lacking in there was, the optimal or recommended teaching hours. What do we mean by minimum teaching? How many hours? For an undergrad class, you're teaching for 45 minutes, and now if you think about that over the period of how many modules you have to teach, that translates into something else. But let's talk about, this is pretty much at maybe a primary level. What is the optimal minimum number of hours that a teacher should have? That is a very serious and contentious question, especially in the academic world, if we have to do research as well, and here we want them to upskill. It is very good, but what is the recommended optimal teaching hours for them? Teacher coaching and teacher communities, groups of 2 to 3, I like that. We all need that coaching, so that is well taken, thank you so much. Okay. They've also provided a comprehensive guideline on at least how to implement that pedagogy, if you can recall. Yeah. Now, the other paper that they talk about is career progress. I've added, a paper product because you have presented, but if you're not part of the paper, please forgive me for that. So we're talking about going beyond, yes, students and teachers, and adding the school management. That is very important. Yeah, high quality school management, the phone that is positively linked to, to education productivity. Those are the test scores. And this is akin to firms, but these are private firms. Okay, there's something there to take away that I'm going to talk to in the next few minutes. Now, what is lacking perhaps, and I think they mentioned that, is the paucity of research on the relationship between that school management and non-cognitive outcomes. And I think yesterday there were several concerns raised that test scores in themselves might not necessarily be the only measure or metric that we have. It only works if it is going to be the basis for taking students, from one classroom to another. Quite often, that's a quartering kind of system. We have minimum space, so we try to ration our intake. So you use the test scores. But that's not the only thing that we get away with when we finish our degrees. You take something else that is non-cognitive perhaps, but there is no research there. So let's take this to our students, and Aerc maybe can commission more work in that area. Okay. Then, so in other words, they recommend for that removing school management from existing civil servants and outsourcing them to the private sector. But let's remember what they said. Not just any type of management, but that management that will change what's happening in the classroom. And I think this takes us to the discussions of our public sector finance towards education. Where does the bulk of the financing go? In recurrent expenditure, which is just wages. Wages across the board, not necessarily for the teachers that are in class on spending those hours teaching the students. So I like the idea that we have to focus on management that changes what happens in the classroom. But as a teacher, I'll tell you that funds are not forthcoming. They're not commensurate to the number of hours we spend in class. So, taking it away from the civil servants is again something that I'm going to talk about. And as I go towards the next slide, I want us to think about education and whether it is a public good, a pure public good. We say it's a right, yes, a human right, but is it a public good? This is very important, and when they suggest that to move it away from the civil servants, maybe there is a point to take there, okay? Pure public goods would be talking about rivalry and excludability. And responding to the crisis, we were given some solutions there. Let's see, system-wide solutions, multiple stakeholders, data collection, and on all actors, and the fact that data on its own elucidates a lot of, the differences. 164 countries cannot represent the whole world, and out of those, there was just a small component on the African countries. So that data I'm going to come back to as well. So I will try and pick up each of those points in my discussion. But quickly, let me make some observations for us. So LACE, we've gotten a measure, and I think we're proud that there is data that has been collected on that learning adjusted years of schooling. And what we notice, what I'm thinking here, is that for those of us that have been doing research on the role of human capital on growth and development, probably have been using a poor metric and that we might want to look at or start using LAYS. So my question is whether that data is available, especially to researchers, so that we can use LAYS, I think, for robustness. Yeah, because there are studies that show that human capital does not improve, growth, or does not improve economic development in different country settings. So if we have that data set, we would be proud and to at least use it and check our results to see whether when we use LAYS, we can get different results. I've only come across one paper that's quoted, that is by Angrist and a whole lot of their colleagues, Evans and Filmer, and so many, and Rachel. Okay, the initial conditions matter here, and this I have to emphasize. So if you think of the countries that have been highlighted in the study, so you have Kenya. On the upper side, you have the likes of Ghana, but then you also have South Africa. So let's think about the study period that I talked about. They have 2000 to 2017, then you have 2010 to 2020. Just think of South Africa. By 1994, they were just coming out of apartheid and trying to become democratic. And we all know what we went through when we were becoming democratized or democratic. The first thing was to dismantle, well, as much as we could, the colonial legacies and some of the institutions. So South Africa was going through that period. The 1990s for them has nothing, to write home about. So you start seeing a few policies there as well in terms of reconstruction and development plan. Under that plan, one thing they tackled was amalgamation of at least a synchronization of the education system. What happened there? You had some Ivy League type of institutions, and you had the previously disadvantaged, the non-whites, attending a different type of education. And all of that had to be abandoned, and they tried to merge from the least to the best into one. So you'd have a university of, say, Cape Town wasn't amalgamated, but you'd have universities in some provinces, the best university that used to serve the whites being amalgamated with a university that was serving the non-whites. Clearly, the standards were totally different, but now that is merged, and you can imagine what is happening there. Also, same thing goes to the primary level education. There was quite a lot of, you'll hear something like former Model C schools, providing a different type of schooling system. Now, think about that happening during now the 2000s, the 1990s and then the 2000s. So putting South Africa in this type of analysis is going to give you some problem results. Yesterday we were talking about like comparing apples with apples, and I think this is a classic example of where we have to be quite careful. The other thing is now Kenya, which is quite an outlier in good performance. And there are a couple of initiatives that have targeted Kenya, even though it has always been one of the best performers because of the education policy. It's also been targeted for a lot of RCTs, randomized controlled trials, feeding schemes, deworming, and school teaching, scholastic materials. Now, to what extent were some of those embedded into this analysis? Yeah, that would really help us so that we see what we can learn from those studies, and hence think if we can replicate somewhere. So Piper and Ribek also talk about elements of demand and supply. Yeah, that's very important in their proposal. Yeah, once again, there are a lot of studies that on their own have tackled either the demand side or the supply side. You're going to find a lot of studies on improving test scores through the students. The feeding schemes that you talked about, where kids will sleep in school, in classrooms because they come on empty stomachs. So schools start giving feed them, or they initiate those programs, or deworming if kids are sick, and they cannot attend. They will do a lot of that just to help the students. Now, you also bring textbooks. On the other hand, they've tried increasing teacher salaries. So demand, supply, but separately undertaken initiatives. Now, can we reconcile these, in a manner that can at least help us? If you look at the little equation I have there, so we're saying educational outcomes are a function of teachers, students, you have policy, now school leaders, and school environment. There are other factors. We talked about cultural values towards education. Yeah? But there are schools, there are countries that do not necessarily value education the same way another country does. How do we incorporate that? Where does it feed? It looks like we have left that out. Yeah, you may want to talk to that, but that was my observation. Okay, and of course, geographic location. Now, the other observation that I make there is on the policy practice gap. So the case study of COVID, I like it. Well, because it was an ad hoc type of thing, it was implemented in haste, but what do we learn from there? We had some elements of watch from what others are doing, then try it out, then legislate. That was good, yeah? But it's also an outlier on its own. It's quite informative, but can we try maybe and use other, can we use other, for instance, interventions that are more traditional, yeah, so to say, and see what happens there. There was no planning in that case, but maybe we could use other initiatives such as the universal primary education. I talk about that, send a girl child to school, gender parity in education. There are some of those traditional initiatives that have challenges. What can we learn from there? So those have been around for a long time. Are we still on a watch, try, and legislate type of thing? But legislating incrementally, yes, is important. My other observation is that policy is often targeted at public sector. But yesterday, yes, there's an increasing a move towards private education. And this is where I think my education as a private or not necessarily a pure public good comes in. And they talk about eliminating or moving management from the civil service and outsourcing. Can we do that? Maybe through PPPs? If you have a country where the bulk of the education system is private, what is the incentive for government to intervene, or how would they even intervene or legislate? They're after just getting the monies in terms of taxes, maybe. You find a neglected public education system, and that is where the bulk of the policy is focused. Maybe governments also need to start rethinking their interventions in the legislation of education without necessarily neglecting the public sector or continuing with policies that do not apply to the private sector, such that the private education system is just doing what it wants and giving us students that are also half-baked at an exorbitant price. I'll move very faster. Oopsie. So I think that might be my cue to actually stop. So 2 minutes is fine. In terms of discussion, what do we see? I think we went a bit faster. Okay. Then, what's happening? Okay, that's your discussion for me. So they talk of a system-wide approach. I'd like to think more about it like additionality, trying to see how we can integrate the solutions that they're talking about into existing programs. They talked about existing systems, but existing programs. Many schools have implemented some interventions of some sort. So how do we integrate them into existing programs? That's the additionality that I would like to see. Then the stakeholder investment. What will each stakeholder do? As you're taking this away from here, we tend to see fragmentation versus coordination of policies. And the reason maybe is quite often we talk about guidelines. Guidelines have a caveat. They do not provide full authority or enforcement by the implementers. They're different from a policy. So think about the two. As you're implementing this, are you giving guidelines or is it really a policy? And then, how do we implement the suggestions that have been proposed? Are we implementing them sequentially or simultaneously? Yeah? If sequentially, where do we start? That is something to think about. Should we have teacher training at the same time, give them the books at the same time, privatize management? Wouldn't that be too much maybe? So a little bit of guidance there. Further, before I close out, why is there nothing here? Conservative attitudes. This is something we need to think about. I talked about that. A fuzzy retirement policy, for instance, has implications on investment in education. Why would a government want to invest in education, have more graduates when they have not prepared for where they're going to put them? Because we're not seeing anybody retiring. So for as long as the policies are conservative that exist, they're going to have implications on financing for education. On data. Now, I know we talk about data-driven decision-making in public policy. What lessons first can we draw from the existing RCTs as I mentioned, especially in the education sector? Those are all leaders in that area of RCTs. I'm also getting a little bit of fatigued about the lack of data. That song is loud, but what are we doing about it? What exactly? I think I've been in ARC for a couple of years, but that's the story we hear. We cannot do anything without data. Is it time now to enforce data collection, data, data sharing in some form of paternalistic approach? Well, maternalistic, since I'm the one standing here. I think we just don't want to do these things. Forgive me for the passion, but when do we get to, be serious about the issue of data? We have countries that collect data like mine, South Africa, but sharing that data becomes a problem. Then why collect it? For whom? Yeah? Data has become a political tool. You don't want to know what's happening in your country because you don't want to look bad. Then why do we continue worrying if you don't want us to help you? So finally, I'll talk about the missing variables that I see here. The political will. I think it's time for us to start thinking about the political economy of everything we think about in Africa. Where is the will? Yeah? We noted yesterday, when we talk about education outcomes, well, if you're studying education in itself, you look at public sector financing, you're going to find recurrent expenditure is the largest. Capital expenditure, another thing. But is it commensurate to the learning outcomes? Maybe not. Okay, but politics has a lot to do with what we are saying. So I like to see more on the political economy. And finally, I talked of guidelines versus policy, and that guidelines lead to limited authority. And this I say also because when we implement programs, we have a tendency of creating a section, a unit. And these will always often be fragmented. They have what they're doing that is kind of delineated from the system-wide, ecosystem that you're talking about. So I'd like us to be careful on the terminologies that we use. And I think I will stop there and let the rest of the issues be tackled by the floor. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nziri, thanks very much again. That was a very long 15 minutes. I'll now open this discussion to comments, questions from the floor. For me, time is everything. I'm from the central bank and usually very nervous about how we use our time. So please, let's use it productively. Questions and no mini presentations, please.
Thank you very much. And I think Professor Naziri has made it simple for us, the summarizing the 3 papers. And some of my comments would really go to the organizers, because this paper specifically has some findings which contradict some of the statements made yesterday by previous papers. For instance, the issue of distant learning contributing, even though one of the presenters yesterday was saying the digital learning has no significant contribution to the human capital in Africa. Also, some of the findings showing that the nutrition programs have no significant contribution, human capital. That was yesterday, but some of the papers are showing the contrary. So how do you really minimize because some of us are here policymakers, so we're not interested in the research aspect of it. That's the different arm of the ARC. But from the policy perspective, how do you harmonize the findings, the contradicting ones, so that for policymakers to digest them and move into them? I also like the emphasis of I think the role of culture didn't come out clearly yesterday, but as the discussant, Professor Nazir, mentioned this morning, that is something we have to look at. And this question of, and I asked yesterday, the components, what are the components of human capital accumulation or formation, so that policymakers could focus on some of those. It's come clearly now, education definitely is a key component, but what percentage does it constitute compared to what Professor Berman, I believe, yesterday, focusing on early learning as a foundation of human capital. Is there a way we could look also at health as for future research work to zero in on the key components of human capital? To what extent each if we identify 3 or 4 or 5, what is the contribution of each of those components of human capital? The final point is the question of the data problems. You know, I did my undergraduate studies in the 70s, and that time the popular notion was planning without facts. Planning without facts. And we always talk of, when they come to Africa, data, data, data. So I think I'm tired of it. 2 things, data, data, lack of capacity. These are all not true. It's more of capacity utilization and also trying to use the data we have. And so maybe it is time for, especially AARC, to begin to say, no, we have a data. The problem is how are we utilizing it? The same thing with the capacity, so-called capacity building. It's more of a capacity utilization. Thank you.
Thanks very much, lady.
Thank you very much. I'm Abigail from Nigeria, from Agricultural and Rural Management Training Institute. I want to commend Dr. Gerald and Dr. Elizabeth for a job well done. I want us to go with this, that of a truth, African countries, we have a lot of things in common, but then we are not perfectly homogeneous. So what will work in another country might not necessarily work. What will work in my country might not necessarily work in another country. Then coming to talk about data, I think it is pertinent to always have current data, which is one of the things that will provide solution to how we are to make our policies. The professor that just spoke now said we shouldn't be saying there is no data. The essence of searching and researching is for us to know whether we are actually making progress. We should not just leverage on data that are old, outdated data. We should go back to our grassroots to know exactly what obtains there. And there should be synergy between researchers and policymakers. There is this disconnect at times. Sometimes most of these policymakers will just look at some secondary data that they've been using maybe 5 years ago. But there could have been improvements. So it is pertinent to always know what is currently on ground. That will help us the more to be able to proffer solution to this issue of schooling and not learning. We should know the problem itself. We should know the extent of the problem. That stands out from the presentation of Gerald. Knowing the extent of the problem will help you to know how to proffer solutions to the problem. We should not use one shoe sizes all at all times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Jumbo, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I have two broad comments. First of all, there is the problem of misconception. What is a policy? A policy is a government statement on how they are going to solve an existing or a perceived problem in a society. And society encompasses both public and private sectors. And therefore then, it is wrong to believe that any policy is geared towards addressing the public sector. For example, supposing there is a problem of traffic jam and the government decides to build a flyover. Actually, the beneficiaries of the flyover will be more of the private sector than even the public sector, because the public sector vehicles are less than that of public sector. And policy normally ushers into implementation strategy, programs, actions plans, and guidelines in that sequence. And I'm not a Nigerian, but I can proud myself that I'm one of the experts in Africa on policy analysis and formulation. The second aspect I want to talk about is, if you have a problem in education, you want to improve education, you basically do three things. One, ensure that you've got adequate teachers, well-trained and well-motivated. Secondly, ensure that you have a conducive teaching environment in terms of to have a classroom, which is really a classroom. And thirdly, you ensure that you have got very adequate materials in terms of books, pens, blah, blah. And these three, if you want to reform, they have to be done simultaneously. If you don't do that simultaneously, you sequence them, you won't get the results. If, for example, you adopt the structured pedagogic you talk about, but that is done under a tree, you won't achieve the desired results. Why? Because a tree can't be a classroom. If, for example, you've adopted the structured pedagogic you were talking about, but the teachers are not motivated, you are not going to achieve anything. So what I'm saying, the three things I mentioned, they have to be packaged at the same time, implemented simultaneously. That's when you are going to get tangible result. Asante.
Thanks. Thanks very much, lady.
Merci. Bonjour à tous. Je représente le Centre d'études et de recherche sur les analyses et politiques économiques de la République centrafricaine. Je travaille également comme expert économique dans la plateforme de dialogue public-privé au cabinet du Premier ministre. Je voudrais faire une contribution, ce n'est pas vraiment une question. C'est relative au personnel d'encadrement approprié qui permet d'améliorer la qualité et la productivité. Là, la réflexion portait sur changer l'équipe, c'est-à-dire privatiser cette équipe. Nous voyons, par exemple, je parlerai de la Centrafrique que je connais très bien. Au niveau supérieur, c'est-à-dire à l'université, il y a beaucoup de lacunes. Les étudiants présentent beaucoup de lacunes. Cela traduit que la base n'a pas été très bonne. Mais là, l'université a récupéré et coordonne toutes les institutions privées qui existent en Centrafrique. Mais le cas des écoles primaires, je dirais que dans les écoles primaires, en plus de cette équipe qui doit être renforcée, il y a l'association des parents d'élèves qui existe dans les établissements scolaires et qui contrôle également la qualité de l'éducation, le fonctionnement, le niveau des élèves. Mais avec la profusion des écoles privées qui naissent en Centrafrique à cause de l'insécurité, à cause des difficultés que l'État connaît actuellement, ces écoles privées refusent la contribution ou alors la création des associations de parents d'élèves. Donc du coup, vous voyez qu'il n'y a plus de contrôle. Parce que c'était efficace, l'association des parents d'élèves contribuait en fait efficacement à la qualité de la formation. Et là déjà vous voyez qu'à la base c'est un peu floué. Donc là c'est une bonne réflexion qui est en train d'être partagée ici. Et je crois peut-être que les comptes rendus pourront motiver les décisions politiques à améliorer cette situation et peut-être à imposer l'association des parents d'élèves à chaque structure de formation. Merci.
Thank you very much. The last question in this round, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to first recognize the superb presentation by the two presenters, and the point concluded by Professor Wunziri about the political will. This just triggered a few things into my mind. One is about when I looked into the last 2 years, the top 100 universities in Africa. They are mainly dominated by South Africans and universities. Probably this can tell us about the educational system in these two countries. As our graduates are expected to ideate, create, and innovate, probably some measurement should be done in that regards. The other issue is about the strengths of the curriculum. And when the presentation was shown, I haven't heard anything to do with whether those two countries shared a common measurement for the learning outcomes in terms of descriptors. And probably we need a policy with that regards, such that we subscribe to one or common descriptors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I'll invite the acting executive director of Aerc to respond to the first question. This was a question on what this institution can do in the context of long distance. And then for the other questions, I'll leave them to Gerard and Elizabeth to share between them. Yeah, please. Anybody from Aerc? Well, I have a question. Okay, Charles. South Sudan? Yeah, the question was about what you organizers can do to bring all this information to the general public through distance learning. I don't know whether I'm paraphrasing your question correctly or you want to do it again. Thank you.
Okay.
First is dissemination through using the new technology to disseminate information. But more importantly was, how do you harmonize the contradictions in findings of the papers yesterday and today, so that for policymakers to come out with clear messages from this conference. And I gave examples of one of the papers yesterday was kind of dismissed the role of digital learning to human capital. Also nutrition programs, the schoolings and all those things are important. But this morning and yesterday, toward the end of the day, came clearly through their findings that digital education or digital learning has impact to positive impact to human capital formation in Africa, and also nutrition programs. And so what I want to say is, toward the end of the conference, we need some clarity to avoid these contradictions and come out with the direction. That's what I want. Sorry to prolong it.
Thank you. Towards the end of the conference, we'll have what we call a communique. We'll have a resolution that will be a document that will have been distilled from all the discussions that we've had since yesterday. We'll have somebody to present it to the floor, and then you will have a few minutes to respond. Then later, we'll refine all those comments and contributions from the floor and have a final document that will be shared with all the participants as well as policymakers across Africa. We will also have what we call a policy brief that will distill some of the information that we'll have collected from this conference that will be shared with policymakers as well. So at least those two documents should be able to help in harmonizing some of the ideas that have come through discussions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Then I'll ask Gerard and Elizabeth to answer the rest of the questions. Colleagues, we have got under 10 minutes to wrap up this session. We should have actually done that at about 10 o'clock. This is now 20 past 10. Gerard, do you want to go?
Yeah. So just really quickly, of course, we recognize some of the comments may come out contradictory, but I would like to think that the previous presenter kind of looked at things more generally, right? As far as, say, digital learning goes, as opposed to, when you have a gap, like, there's a pandemic, right? So, instead of staying at home, what is the next best, second best option? The remote learning may be helpful in a way. So what we're saying is that it had a positive effect in the sense that learning was not paralyzed completely, right? And I think my colleague is going to talk a little bit about that. Also wanted to talk a little bit about heterogeneity in policy implementation across sub-Saharan Africa, for example. These are differences in context and setups, both just how governance works and how school systems are set up, etc. And I think one of the participants mentioned obtaining data is obviously important. And instead of trying to, extract policy from country A to B, kind of try leverage the data you collect within country to be able to inform programming within country. There is going to be a change in policy, it needs to be informed by data. And that data is found within that country. Of course, you can see what is happening outside of the country, but essentially, what is happening within the context of the country matters. You can get that from the data.
Thank you, Gerard. And let me just say briefly, in the interest of time. So, first and foremost, I think ARC is so much focused on using research to inform policy, and I think that's what we're here. So it's good to reconcile, yes, what's happening, what seems to be contradictions, and as is research. In terms of digital, okay, I think what I would say at the overall is that each of us needs to take stock of what is happening in our countries, where the gaps are. We usually get guidelines and propositions in terms of policy, but they are not uniform, and we've seen the perils of doing that, one size fitting all. So, first thing, take stock, see what the gaps are in your country. When we had safe feeding schemes, the countries that pioneered those RCTs on feeding programs, it was a need. And that is the beauty of RCTs. They do a thorough feasibility study, then they implement a program, and if you feel that that is also a challenge in your country, if you have that challenge in your country, that your students are coming to class, they are sleeping in class, some of the reasons is because kids are leaving poor homes without breakfast, without anything. They come to class and they cannot focus. Feeding schemes have tried to help, and South Africa has also implemented them. In other words, when we present research, it is just to give you an idea of what can be done should you be facing a certain issue. So yes, that was in the overall, but in situations where you're targeting pupils themselves that have presented a particular inefficiency or challenge, these can be initiatives to be adopted. So these were specific, hence I'm saying we need to look at the countries that were projected in these studies and see what programs they have implemented thus far. That was my actually recommendation as well. And see the extent to which these programs have also led to the learning outcomes that we are seeing, in fact, the delays, in other words. Going quickly to the data, I understand we say we have data and that we lack capacity. I can assure you, as many of us are here, and policymakers that are here, you are actually the challenge that we have. There is data protection, and now we have protection of personal information acts coming up everywhere. We have statistics bureaus in almost every country, but you can imagine the challenge that we have to get access to that data. Even when you go to the World Bank, UNICEF, UNESCO, they rely on country offices and the extent to which they can release the data. Now, to me, as a researcher sitting here, I don't have data. The policymaker says there's data. So I said, or I suggested, can we now have policies, maybe globally, or projects that enforce data sharing so that we are able to do our work as researchers? So the data and capacity, those are the issues that maybe I wanted to talk about. And maybe finally, in the interest of learning from initiatives, yes, that's what I talked about, because we do not have financial, human resources, implementation capacity, see what you can do and what you cannot do. But don't underestimate the use of public policy partnerships in education. They work, given that we are inefficient as a public sector and we do not have the resources. Why are we not embracing public-private partnerships in education? That would be my message to the policymakers that are seated here. Thank you very much.
I just kind of wanted to add really one quick thing, as she talked about feeding program. And when I started by separating the perspective, or sort of the framework which you want to look at education, or issues in education. So there's what I call the public sphere and the private sphere. Right? If a kid comes to school when they're hungry or they're not prepared to learn, well, those are things that the household needs to address. And so government may have policy, but then what is the most cost-effective way to address that problem? They have policy, then they need to explore, there are currently programs, cash plus, for example, that conditional, right, could have that may work as opposed to full feeding program. So if you bring that to the public side, which is supply of education side, then they run into roadblocks. So you need to make sure that you separate the private sphere issues and the public sphere issues and be able to design programs to handle those issues appropriately.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I will invite Dr. Basil Jones from ADB. He wants to share some views on the question that the gentleman from South Sudan raised earlier on. Dr. Basil Jones?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm here. I'm here. No, I'm here.
Where?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. And I just wanted to respond to the gentleman from South Sudan, and he was looking more at the practical aspects of what do we do next. And I think is where we can try to put research into policy and into practice. South Sudan is a member of the African Development Bank. South Sudan has got resources that has been allocated to South Sudan from the African Development Bank. If development of human capital is one of the priorities of the government of South Sudan, we have a country office in South Sudan. We have a department that is focusing on human development and the building of human capital. I was talking about digitalization. We have a team that is working on digitalization. Now, if South Sudan wants to do a program on the development of human capital, we have the research that has been done by Aerc, rigorous, strong research with good policy recommendation. It can be used to help them to design a program that will put some of those policy recommendations into practice and see how that can help the government of South Sudan to address some of their human capital gaps. I thought I would just bring that aspect on what could be the next steps for countries like South Sudan that want to implement some of these policy recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again. I guess on that note, we need to wrap up. Let me thank Dr. Papa and Dr. Nanziri for their presentations this morning. This was very useful. I wish we had more time to go through these issues more thoroughly. Let me briefly pick up a few issues that we may wish to consider as we leave this place. The first one is that it is encouraging to note that over time, Sub-Saharan Africa has moved from a crisis of very low enrollment, but we now see a different challenge, and that is a crisis in quality of learning. Enrollment in schools has gone up, but the amount of learning being provided remains inadequate. Raising the quality of schooling and therefore quality of human capital requires interventions at all levels. At household level, there is need for good nutrition and social support. That is amongst other things. A well-developed curriculum with a properly structured delivery of material that matches development aspirations of a country may enhance human capital formation. And finally, proper management of schools together with ensuring that at policy level strategies are implemented as developed, and that this could also enhance human capital formation. Let me thank you, the colleagues, for this session, and let's give the final round of applause to our two presenters. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panelists. We'll have a break for 30 minutes and then come back for the policy roundtable at 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may we settle down. This is our last but one session of the whole conference. May I take this opportunity to first do the necessary greetings. Cabinet ministers, ambassadors and diplomats, central bank governors present here today, government officials from the different African states, representatives of various regional and international organizations, representatives of NGOs and captain of industries and your officials present here today, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you very much for allowing us to gather again here. We've had a very long session yesterday and this morning, but very interesting, challenging, engaging, which is what we are all here about. Our last session has a very interesting panel. So I will allow them to introduce themselves after I have introduced myself. My name is Nozizwe Mulela. I am a lawyer by profession, admitted attorney in the High Court of Eswatini. However, I'm a self-turned banker. So currently I'm the managing director of Eswatini Bank, a development bank in Eswatini. I will then ask that we introduce ourselves, starting from my far right, coming in this way. Go ahead.
Merci, Son Altesse Royale. Et merci pour cette opportunité que l'IA nous offre d'échanger pour le développement de notre continent. Je suis l'honorable Issa Touré Salahadine, député à l'Assemblée nationale du Togo, et je suis le porte-parole de la Commission des relations extérieures et de la coopération. Merci.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Barungi, founder and executive of Imara Africa Consulting. Prior to that, I was the African Development Bank lead economist in Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Ambassador John Key. I am Ambassador of Mauritius based in Moscow, but I'm from Mauritius. And I used to be a professor at the University of Mauritius, and this is how I'm linked to AERC. Thank you very much.
Morning everyone. Morning, afternoon. My name is Martha Muhwezi, and I'm the Executive Director of FAWE, which is the Forum for African Women. It's a Pan-African organization whose focus is on health education.
I think I have better to speak in French. So, je suis professeur Auré Alban, enseignant à l'université Félix Houphouët-Boigny d'Abidjan et directeur de la cellule d'analyse politique économique du CIRES, la CAPEC, un think tank affilié à l'université Félix Houphouët-Boigny.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, morning, everybody. My name is Bugi. I'm the Executive Director of Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis.
Thank you, dear panelists, for coming through today. We really acknowledge your presence. I think yesterday and this morning, we really had extensive discussion on the issue of human capital development. And I think what comes to mind from me yesterday, which also came up this morning, is the issue of schooling and the fact that investment in human capital is really not about the number of years spent in schooling, but I think the issue of quality comes to play. We also discussed issues around health deficiencies and the increased fertility rate, which affects human capital development. We went on to also hear about pre-primary enrollment being very key and important in human capital development. Women, obviously, I would not leave that out. We talked about women being key contributors to human capital development and the need, therefore, to try and improve their income and support their schooling. Those are some of the issues that came out of yesterday and this morning's presentation. There was a lot of engagement, there were questions, there were debates on some issues, and I think this is an opportune time also for you participants to actually think about questions. During the question time, you can also throw the questions to the panel. But to start off flowing from where we ended yesterday and this morning, I will just start off by asking each panelist just a question so we get them to talk. Then afterwards, we will throw questions at them, and whoever feels comfortable in responding will come through and tell us more. The whole point is for us to get as much information from these experts that are sitting here today. So the first question I'd like to direct it to Dr. Rose Ngugi. Dr. Rose, what are the major challenges facing human capital development in Africa? If you could just give us a few, and then if there's any member of the panel that feels that they would like to add, please do.
Yeah, that's a very good question, but also requiring quite a lot of things for us to think about. I've been here today and I've heard about issues to do with education. And one of the things that I'm thinking of as a key area that we need to think of as a challenge in building human capital for the African region is to ask the question whether we have clear strategic plans put in place in order for us to see a very clear path in human capital development. And I'm asking this from the perspective that in human capital development, we think about the life cycle path. And some time back, the AU came up with an initiative for costing or asking African countries to cost hunger or implications of undernutrition in the region. And right now, about 21 countries have actually managed to finish up their studies, and there are very good policy areas that are coming up. One that we lose a lot, even in terms of GDP, in terms of productivity, and in terms of not really caring for our human capital at the very beginning, in the formation stage. But with all these evidence that is coming up, just 21 countries out of, I would say, the 54, the next question that one would ask is, are we able to put together a clear strategy for the region now that we have this evidence? And going forward, are we able to monitor the kind of activities, policy directions that each country is able to put forth in order to reduce this contribution in terms of poverty, in terms of hours of schooling that are lost, in terms of productivity that is also distorted because one is not able to go through the development stage and acquiring the right skills. So that's my first element, that strategically probably we need to rethink on how we are dealing with human capital development. But related to that, I would say that there are quite a number of initiatives that have been brought up, for example, with the social protection. You'll go to various countries, including Kenya, and you'll notice that there are, for example, bursary funds that are put in place. You'll also have, for example, the hunger safety nets that are also being put in place. But again, there are gaps, for example, in terms of targeting, such that we can enhance accessibility, and at the same time is the scope of these social protection programs that we are having. And I'm looking at it from the aspect of girls going to school from poor households, knowing that, for example, bursary funds are just meant to take care of, the fee that you pay in school. But many girls from poor families, they need more than that. They need to be assisted with, they are growing up, they need funds to take care of their sanitary pads, and I look at it as a key area that we may want to think of as a part of the social protection. They need also to be provided with facilities, even when they give birth when they are very young, to facilitate them to go back to school, to give them an opportunity to go back to school. And this requires quite a lot of investment in terms of caregiving for the young mothers, as well as removing the stigma that sometimes we find that begets these young girls who sometimes get out and are not able to get back to school.
Prof. Alfonsi, do you have anything to say? The doc has just highlighted on strategic planning, monitoring, and social protection. Anything from you?
Merci, Madame la modératrice, et merci à Aerc d'avoir invité, associé à ce panel. Et bien sûr, en termes de défis, donc, ma collègue Dr Rose en a parlé suffisamment, mais quelques défis additionnels pour le développement du capital humain en Afrique. Et je vais me fonder sur les résultats des travaux que nous avons conduits, rétrospective pour l'espace CEDEAO dans le cadre de la vision prospective CEDEAO 2050 que nous avons conduit. Et également, nous sommes en train de conduire l'étude d'analyse prospective pour l'UEMOA, et nos travaux ont montré, en matière de capital humain, quelques défis que je voudrais partager avec vous, additionnellement à ce que Rose a signifié. Au niveau de la santé, nous avons encore des taux de fécondité élevés. Ça demeure un défi important. Comment transformer tout cela en dividendes démographiques? Nous avons des systèmes de santé nationaux fragiles avec des faibles capacités de résilience. Je ne vais pas rentrer dans les détails, mais c'est lié aux enjeux, à la disponibilité des infrastructures, à la quantité et à la qualité du personnel médical, et à la gouvernance du système de santé globalement dans nos pays. En matière d'éducation, pour prendre quelques éléments, nous avons l'enjeu important, et ça a été dit, de la qualité de l'éducation. C'est vrai, il y a quelques résultats intéressants que nous observons en termes d'accès à l'éducation primaire et secondaire, mais il y a un problème de qualité du système éducatif. Problème de capacité de ressources limitées, nous avons toujours des pesanteurs sociales et culturelles comme défi à relever pour l'accès universel à l'éducation. Nous avons en Afrique et dans la plupart de nos pays une forte concentration des élèves et étudiants dans l'enseignement général et très peu dans l'enseignement technique et la formation professionnelle. Et c'est difficile justement d'avoir cet appariement entre les compétences qui sortent de nos systèmes éducatifs et de formation et les besoins en compétences du secteur productif. Nous avons par exemple moins de 4% des élèves et étudiants dans le système de l'enseignement technique et la formation professionnelle dans l'espace CEDEAO. Nous avons un défi important qui est plus ou moins nouveau, c'est celui de l'orpaillage clandestin qui sort nos jeunes enfants et filles et garçons du système éducatif pour aller s'intéresser à la recherche de l'or, à plus de facilité de gain. Nous avons bien sûr des performances insuffisantes, le faible accès aux nouvelles technologies de l'information, et nous avons ce taux important du secteur informel dans nos économies qui constitue un défi essentiel. C'est vrai que c'est un secteur de résilience, mais c'est un secteur où il y a moins d'emplois décents et plus de précarité des emplois. Donc, faible niveau de qualification des emplois, le faible investissement dans la recherche et développement, ce qui impacte notre capacité d'innovation dans nos différents pays. Et bien sûr, en termes de protection sociale, tout ce que nous devons faire pour la prise en charge des personnes vulnérables dans les systèmes d'assurance maladie, dans les systèmes de retraite, par exemple. Comment le secteur informel peut être intégré dans nos systèmes d'assurance maladie lorsque nous avons 80 à 90% des emplois qui sont dans le secteur informel dans nos différents pays. Et la question de la retraite, et la question de la prise en charge des personnes vivant avec des handicaps, par exemple. Donc voilà, je vais m'arrêter là déjà pour dire voici quelques défis que nous avons identifiés. Bien sûr, ces défis ont des conséquences importantes en termes de productivité, en termes de faiblesse des revenus, en termes de pauvreté et en termes de faible accélération de la transformation structurelle de nos économies telles que voulues par les différents États dans les plans nationaux de développement que nous avons aujourd'hui. Donc on pourrait discuter après des conséquences et des solutions, mais en termes de défis, voilà quelques défis déjà identifiés sur ces points que je viens de dire.
Thank you, Prof. You actually raised some pertinent issues there, which maybe we have not quite discussed as a team. But what's interesting is the fact that you also raised some issues that have been raised by the presenters in the previous discussion. So there's some commonality there, which means that certainly our answers probably lie in those issues. We will get back to the issues of the ICT, which I like, and I think we need to hear more about it. We had a bit of it yesterday on digital, but it was really not quite discussed. We'll talk about that. Maybe let's move on to Dr. Janki. What is the future of human capital in Africa, therefore, development in Africa, therefore, given the challenges that have been highlighted? It's you.
Okay. Now, first of all, I'm going to talk from a very policy dimensions. You know. Being an ambassador now, more closer to the policy circle, I think I'm going to raise some issues regarding human capital. I think this human capital concept, you know, that at least we used to study, or we used to teach our students, the simple Q is equal to is a function of K and L, you know, this is no more applicable, you know, because we used to maintain capital fixed and labor a variable factor. This simple definition, you know, of even labor, I think it's no more appropriate now, given the changes in the economic landscape, either locally or internationally. I think the human capital concept itself is a much broader concept now, including a number of elements. And this number of elements within the human capital concept depends upon the country, it depends upon the level of the development of the country, it depends on the region, and it even depends, you know, what are the type of trade and what are the type of linkages that the country has with the global world, okay, with the global business. So I think today, when we talk about human capital, we have to keep in mind, you know, that I keep thinking, you know, that we talk about the population dividend, you know. Is that possible? Because wherever you go, people talk about, you know, we have to create jobs in Africa. We have to create 2 million jobs, I think, per year. Because of the population dividend, we have to use our youth. Now, is that possible? Because according to me, you know, if we really think that we can do it, I hope we do it. This is my only. I don't want to cast an evil eye on it, but I hope we really do it, because just thinking about human capital without thinking about the overall package that we need, for human capital to evolve, for human capital to contribute and increase productivity in any country, I think it is not possible to really think. We cannot isolate human capital, without thinking about the overall framework. For example, one of the issues is about brain drain. Today with the ICT, what type of human capital investment are you going to do? With the changes in the whole economic landscape, where you can even work outsourced. You can train someone to work in your country, and finally you find that because of the mobility of labor, at least through ICT, this person is not working for you. What are the costs and benefits, in human capital investment in your country? You are creating a job, but you are creating the job based on the international development, not based on what is happening in your country. And one very interesting thing is, as an ambassador, I should tell you, because I never knew, because I realized that all the theory of economics that I studied, and I taught at the university, they don't work. Honestly speaking, nothing works. When you are negotiating, when you are trying to discuss foreign aid, when you are meeting foreign governments, because the first of all is those people who are negotiating for you, suppose you want aid in education, those people that you send, those bureaucrats, those ministers, I should say, that you send to discuss and sign MOU, they are not even aware of the intricacies of what type of human capital development which is needed in the country. This is one of the political economy dimension, which I think, because this is the gap, there is a big gap between what is needed and what they go and negotiate. The second thing is, we have to use, as an ambassador, I tell you that we have to use our diaspora, which have a lot of information. We also have to use our embassies and our ambassadors, our diplomats. And the diplomats should be taught. The diplomats should be given, whatever we are doing here, those diplomats, when they go and negotiate, for training in your country. I know, I was in Germany before, now in Russia. I know that all these countries, they want to come to Africa. But then, we have to know what to get from them. What are the institutions that we need from them, so that we can promote our human capital investment in our respective country. I would finish by talking about, I think we all talk about the quality of education. I think I'm going to amuse you, because, when I look at the results of my kids, they come home with 5 A's, I'm a bit surprised. I said, you don't study, how come you're getting 5 A's? At my time, I have to hide my results now, I don't want them to see my results. Otherwise they will laugh at me, But the quality of education, to be honest with you, has gone so low. Honestly speaking. Even if you go abroad to study, when you go to any universities abroad, apart from the top one, there are so many universities, which I call them cowboy universities, And there's a joke about that. Once, they asked someone, in UK, why is it that the university is providing such low degree? You know what he said? These people are not going to work in UK. They're going to work in Africa. So there's a demand for degrees from UK, so we supply them. So this is a problem of policy dimension. This is the problem where our policymakers, our researchers should come forward and say, what type of training, what type of vocational or academic training that we really need. Because I personally believe, I would take the case of Mauritius, Mauritius, we really developed at one time where even the level of education was not very high, but the quality of education was good. Even people at low grades, at suppose school certificate and HSC, level, not degree level, they were the top people in the civil service, but they were contributing because the level of education of that time. So I think we have all these problems in Africa, that we are increasing our school years. I'll come back to the learning profile, but the contribution to the productivity is low. I think most of you here, you employ people. When you ask a graduate today to write a letter, they can't even write a proper letter as compared to our time. So I would finish by, I would like to talk about the case of Mauritius, but I will tell you later why Mauritius there are so many policy failures today in the education sector. Okay? I'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Very interesting, the issue of quality is coming to play again. So let's note that, because then that is probably where our answer would lie. Ms. Barungi, what are some of the public-private partnership ideas that can be fostered through HC development?
I think I'd just like to start by taking on from what the previous speaker said. The definition of human capital development is important if we're to come up with policies that speak to the issues. And we really need to be talking about human capital accumulation beyond just health and education, skills development, but going much farther than that, cultural, societal values. And Professor Olu Ajakai yesterday in his submission emphasized that point. So the definition of issues, and I'm raising this issue as someone who was also an academic at one time, used to teach at Makerere University, and that is how I started engaging with AERC since 1990. So my challenge to AERC is rethink the definition of human capital development. In terms of public-private partnerships, as someone who's now in the private sector, I think if one looks at how much our countries are spending, let's just take two sectors here. If you look at health and education, and look at the public expenditures in those two sectors, you're going to find that no matter how much Treasury and Ministry of Finance sit down and look at their budget and cut wastage, we will not meet the cost of health and education that is in tandem with our evolving economies. So we need to sit down and think, how do we create a partnership with private sector in such a way that the private sector appreciates the role of government in providing these services, and what are the gaps and areas where the private sector, which is very much a market-driven sector, can intervene to support these areas. So first and foremost, private sector and government need to sit down. It's probably going to differ from country to country, but take the use of, if you remember in the 80s during the structure adjustment period where user fees were introduced, for instance, all right? In some countries like Rwanda, yesterday we were having a discussion with Kafela and Donald Kaberuka, who's not here today. We were talking about health, the health sector itself. They've come up with a community insurance scheme. And in this community insurance scheme, it is really based on how much each household can afford to pay. And then they'll get a service. So that's an example of an area where you can have private sector weigh in. And I believe Nigeria in the states of Oyo and Kwara has a similar community insurance scheme. And this therefore links, people need to be humanly capable to work. Okay? Students need to be well-fed to go to school. Okay? So for instance, school feeding programs, highly costly, but if there was a partnership with private sector, perhaps the cost would go down. I'm glad to see that Professor Pritchett is still in the room so that I can give him a message from Donald Kaberuka. In some countries, school feeding programs are important. I live in Nigeria, for instance, northern Nigeria. Those states where there has been school feeding programs, the girl child is now in school. You have many more females being educated. So we cannot brush aside school feeding. Yes, you can brush it aside if you're a minister of finance and doesn't want to be bothered with the cost. But then how about partnering with the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm just reminded yesterday there was a question around how often does the cabinet ministers in the different health ministry, education ministry, and I think agriculture, also came up. How often do they actually meet to discuss these issues? And included in that would be including the private sector in that discussion. Thank you, ma'am. And then we move on to Honorable Salahuddin. I hope I got that right. What are your views around policymakers? What is it exactly that they can do to improve the situation?
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Nous sommes souvent ici dans ces séminaires du CREA pour rechercher les voies et moyens pour le développement de notre continent. Et si on parle du développement de notre continent, on ne peut pas passer sans parler des goulots d'étranglement qui sont un frein au développement. Et souvent, quand on parle de l'Afrique en général, on le fait en termes d'instabilité politique, l'immigration illégale, puis les conflits armés, etc. Bref, on dresse un tableau assez sombre de cette région subsaharienne. Et cette région regorge pourtant d'une jeunesse active. La population africaine étant relativement jeune, cela constitue quand même une opportunité d'un point de vue touchant au capital humain. C'est-à-dire un investissement dans cette jeunesse à travers le renforcement du bien-être, la santé, et l'éducation, et l'objectif du développement sera plus ou moins atteint sur plusieurs plans. Pour ce qui est de la santé, les données ne sont pas souvent assez reluisantes. Et à titre d'exemple, le taux de mortalité infantile tourne autour de 60 à 75% dans la plupart de nos pays, ce qui est énorme et loin de la moyenne mondiale qui est de 27%. Il faut donc investir dans la jeunesse, mais comme on le sait, le dividende démographique n'est pas un truc mécanique. Donc, il faudrait qu'il y ait des conditions pour que ce dividende puisse se faire dans de meilleures conditions. Alors, il faudrait de vraies politiques publiques pour pouvoir capitaliser sur ce dividende démocratique en Afrique. Donc, je voudrais revenir sur un aspect. Tout à l'heure, j'ai apprécié l'intervention de Madame la représentante du Nigeria, Abigail, qui parlait des données. Souvent, nous avons des données, c'est vrai, mais ces données nous sont offertes d'une façon exogène. Alors moi, je trouve qu'il faudrait que nos pays aient des données d'abord endogènes, parce que nous pouvons être là, et les gens sont dans leur bureau, et à partir des données existantes, on nous fait des simulations pour nous donner des chiffres qui ne sont pas du tout actualisés. Donc, le souhait est qu'on puisse aller à la base, travailler avec la base. Un travail concerté pourra nous offrir des données assez fiables. Je m'en vais vous faire une update, comme le disait le président Nelson Mandela, tout ce que vous faites pour moi, sans moi, est contre moi. Et sur ce, je vais dire une anecdote. C'était dans un village, quelque part en Afrique de l'Ouest, où une organisation internationale a voulu forer des puits dans des concessions du village, parce qu'elle avait constaté que les femmes faisaient des corvées d'eau, c'est-à-dire elles se réveillent très tôt le matin, faire quelques kilomètres pour aller prendre de l'eau. Et le soir, c'est pareil. Donc l'ONG est allée forer des barrages, des puits d'eau qui, par la suite, n'étaient pas utilisés par les femmes. Et pourquoi? Les femmes se sont réunies, on leur a demandé pourquoi est-ce qu'elles n'utilisaient pas. On a rapproché l'eau aux concessions, mais vous ne les utilisez pas. Pourquoi? Les femmes ont dit clairement qu'on ne les a pas associées. Si on les avait associées, elles auraient dit que le fait qu'elles puissent se regrouper et aller au puits loin leur donnait l'occasion de se rencontrer et échanger sur l'actualité de leur foyer et faire des plans sur tout ces aspects. Maintenant, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Il faut toujours impliquer la base pour pouvoir avoir des données et orienter les politiques dans leurs décisions. C'est ce qui pourrait nous aider dans toutes les démarches pour un développement du capital humain, pour cette jeunesse qui est un potentiel pour le développement de notre sous-région ouest africaine et d'Afrique en général. Je voudrais pour le moment m'arrêter ici et aller sur le cas de l'éducation. Nous avons dans le pays, dans notre sous-région subsaharienne, le taux d'analphabétisation était énorme. Dans les 2 décennies passées, nous avons vu la croissance des inscriptions aux écoles. Quand je prends l'exemple de mon pays, dans l'enseignement de base, le taux de scolarisation est passé de 15,8% à 32% en 2002. Et le préscolaire de 86,50 à 94% primaire, avec une proportion considérable des filles scolarisées. Alors, cette hausse donc est favorisée par la gratuité des frais. Il y a eu des mesures incitatives du gouvernement. Et je pense que c'est pareil dans plusieurs pays. Je sais que le Burkina a aussi instauré la gratuité de la scolarité. Je parle sous réserve de frères burkinabés ici. Et là, bon, ce sont des mesures incitatives qui amènent les gens à s'inscrire dans les écoles. Et la gratuité des frais de scolarité, l'assurance maladie au Togo, qu'on appelle SURU, qui a permis d'assurer plus de 2 500 000 et quelques depuis 2008 à sa création, et l'institution des cantines scolaires ont quand même incité les parents qui, pourtant vulnérables, pouvaient quand même envoyer leurs enfants à l'école sans craindre qu'ils meurent de faim. Je voudrais m'arrêter là pour l'instant et dans les développements. Merci.
Thank you, sir. And again, you touch on key issues, one of which came up this morning, data collection and usage. So again, we need to note that there's something there, then, therefore, that we need to consider as policymakers. A key one which has not really come out is the youth development and the issue of our youth being unemployed in Africa. I think that's one we also need to consider around how exactly do we address that under the human capital development issue. Then there's inclusion. You touched on free education and all other initiatives that have been taken. Dr. Martha, it's a nice way of flowing into your question. How can we improve human capital development for inclusive growth and shared prosperity in Africa?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yesterday I wasn't present, but I managed to follow some of the sessions online. And I think, and I want to believe it is the same things that are coming out. We are talking about quality of education, talking about increasing investment in education. And if we are thinking of how best we can improve human capital development in terms of inclusiveness and also looking at growth for a shared prosperity in Africa, I think we need to go back and ask ourselves, when we are talking about human beings, what are we referring to? And I want to believe that when we are talking about human capital, we are talking about all persons, irrespective of gender, irrespective of whether they are from rural areas or they are from urban areas. That's all that we all need to focus on. And that means one of the things that we need to do, take the gender approach in everything. At planning level, let's think of how does the policy that is being put in place impact on the different genders? How does that policy impact on the different regions of Africa, on the different persons of Africa? And if we take that approach, then the chances of improving human capital in Africa will be realized. I also want to mention that it has already come up in terms of the young people. And when we are talking about the young people, we are talking about the youth. And this is the big population of Africa. And if we are to develop as Africa, then we need to have increased investment, particularly in educating young people. And when I talk about educating the young people, again, I want to emphasize the issue of gender. We are looking at boys and girls. They are not synonymous. They have different needs. They have different challenges that they face. And if we are to improve on their capacity to contribute to the development of Africa, then we need to involve them in all the decisions. Let them be part of the process and let them be part of the problem solving. Because there has been a tendency of planning for the young people, planning for the women when the women are not at the table. And what does that mean? The chances that the issues that affect women and girls, the issues that affect the young people may not be given adequate attention. And so for me, from where I stand, from the angle of civil society, it's very, very important for us to have everybody at the table, to engage. Like somebody talked about the boreholes, go and drill. If the women are not part of the process, then they will be there. But if we involve them, if we consult, I think it gives us a good foundation for planning, for policy development, for that we want to. The other issue, I know it has been said several times, but allow me also to emphasize, it's about the quality. If we want to strengthen human capital, then the quality. It's not about the number of years one spends in school, but it also goes back to what kind of education this person is receiving. And this can be also assessed at the end of the education cycle. And that's why we are talking about graduates who can't write letters. We are talking about graduates who can't write up letters of application. You will receive a letter of application from a university graduate. But when you read through, you'll ask yourself so many questions, including what university they attend. So it's a problem that needs to be addressed. I know there are a number of partners that are looking at issues of quality education. And when we are talking about the quality of education, we don't put the teacher away from the people. The teacher is the #1 person focus. I know we expect a lot from the teachers, but the level of investment in the teachers is not commensurate to the expectation that we think about them. And therefore, if we want to get quality human capital, we need to invest in teachers, need to heavily invest in education. I know there are usually debates in terms of there is a lot of money going into education. But if you go to analyze how much of that money is direct investment in education, you'll find that the percentage comes down, because the highest proportion goes to payment of teacher salaries. It goes to buying a number of items that have to deal with education. But the actual investment that goes into ensuring that there's quality education, quite minimal. And so from where I stand, investing in education, one way, ensuring that we have the right human capital that we need for the growth of Africa. I want to end by saying we are talking about the population. We are talking about the population of young people. And if we want to see growth and inclusiveness, we need to heighten the uptake of IT. We are into a number of institutions. All experienced what COVID-19 came with. It was a situation that most governments never anticipated. Of course, that means how prepared are we for any disaster? And when schools closed, it was a challenge. People started working from home. How effective was it? Were we prepared? We have the required IT to continue working and contributing even when disasters. So increased investment in IT, also one of the issues that I would think is a good way to go if we want to increase human capital development. And the very last one, we are talking about organizations, but those organizations have people, and it is that contribute to the growth of Africa. And therefore, there must be also investment, particular assets. And this is a call to all institutions, to all organizations. We expect, for instance, past people to be recruited, bring all the skills on board, but we also need to think of investing in them in terms of learning, in terms of effectiveness, in terms of creativity. And if all that, plus so many other factors, are put in place, then we shall be confident tomorrow each and every person will be contributing the growth of Africa. That's how Africa shall be. Thank you.
I think our next question really will focus on the presentations that have been done previously, yesterday, this morning, and see if the panelists have anything to add, specifically to what was said yesterday, any aspect. But one key issue that I'd like to bring back again is the issue of ICT, which has been spoken to twice by the panel. Yesterday, I think there was a brief discussion on that, and maybe important to note is the fact that the world that we're living in is fast becoming digital. Now we talk of it being important that we digitalize for accessibility, but could it be that the problem that we're faced with of quality is because of digitalization, where things are now easy and not given much time to actually use the mind and the brain as a student? So I would like to hear the views of the panelists around, is digitalization the way to go in terms of improving human capital development? Can I have you, yes, please go.
Thank you. Again, I refer to Dr. Kaberuka because this was a second message to Professor Pritchard on the digitalization. I think one has to have a more balanced view. Technology is not an end in itself. So I've heard some generalized statements where everyone's saying, oh, if we use technology, then we'll do better. No, we won't. It really depends on how you use it. And I really think perhaps at the early stages, early learning stages, you'll find that in some countries this has worked, where there is access. I don't think that using the pandemic period as an example is quite right, and I think it was Madame Nanzeri who then said that's an outlier, because what you find in some countries, for instance, my home country, Uganda, it was the elite with their children at private schools who had access to technology. They had access to tabs, okay? So they were able to continue with online education, whereas the majority of Ugandan children do not have access. So the whole issue of accessibility as well. And it also depends what curriculum are you downloading onto these tabs that you're giving these children. But I can give you the flip side. In this country, in Laikipia, I happened to spend some of my time during the pandemic in Laikipia, where you have nomadic communities. Someone donated Samsung tabs and worked closely with the Ministry of Education to download the curriculum. And so what you found is that those living in a particular community, 4 households, 1 tab, and their kids were able to use that technology. So I think one has to be intentional. We cannot dismiss it, but my point here is that technology is not an end in itself. Thank you.
Can we have you, Doctor? Anything?
I have a very good view. I think personally, I've been teaching students, and there's a big problem of plagiarism now. I think all of people who are teaching at the university, even when people are giving speeches, you don't know whether this guy has written the speech himself or he has copied it from the internet. So I believe that, we can use computers, ICT, up to a certain extent. But it has to be well thought, well organized, within a certain, framework within the country. For example, when in my time, when the teachers, your teacher knew everything. Now the teacher, they know only the subject. Okay? So I think with ICT, I have a feeling that not only the level of education, even the level of quality of knowledge has gone down. So I think we have to review. And we in Africa, the only problem that we have, we are copycats, we copy. What people are doing outside in the developed countries, they are using tablets, they are using all these things, we just copy. We find all these multinational companies coming to you, giving you 1 or 2 software free and some tablets free, and then we just go for that. Without even thinking, without even trying to customize what we really need in our country. Because this is one feeling that I have, even when I look at my kids today, I don't find them intelligent, because, you can't talk to them about anything, apart from, ICT, and they are good in this. So this is one of the major problems with ICT. We are not creating all-rounders. We are just creating some people, some students who are good in ICT. This is one. Now, if, for example, you take the case of Mauritius, I will come back to the policy dimension. Education, the decisions about education, about schooling, about learning profile, politicians, they need visibility. Politicians, they are guided by political cycle, 5 years. They need to show that there's a new school. They need to show that they are distributing laptop and computers in the school, okay? They need to show that, okay, we are going online education, okay? This is the biggest problem in all our countries, even including Mauritius. When you look at the quality, again, I come back to the quality of education. So ICT does not, I think we have to look at the studies being done. ICT does not really increase, knowledge. It is a tool which can be used to increase knowledge. This is one. Now coming, I think I would go on, for example, in Mauritius, I should be very clear about this. The government has decided that we are going to give all the students tablets. Okay? What do they do with this? Whether we have the online programs, this is another issue. Okay? And this is visibility for election. And this is all political dimension regarding human capital investment. I think I would finish on, because I'm talking about Mauritius. Give me 1 minute, I'll finish about what happened, so that I don't have to talk.
That is fine.
Okay. In Mauritius, people talk about Mauritius as an example. We had, for example, human capital, when we had our first phase of economic growth, okay, in the 1990s, 1980s, 1990s, when the people from Hong Kong, they came to Mauritius in the textile sector, we had unskilled labor, which was used, okay, in the textile sector, and then Mauritius, we developed, okay, together with tourism. Now what is happening in Mauritius, there are all types of laws that people are sent to school. They are forcing everyone to go to school till the age of 15, 16. Now, the problem that when all these people, whether they are good or bad, are going to school, when they are coming out, they've lost 5 years. They've lost 5 years. These people could have been trained, become good carpenters, become very good, very skilled carpenters, skilled mason, Then this is the problem that we are doing. Forcing people into school is a really bad decision which the government has taken. And this is one main problem. And today in Mauritius, the problem is we don't have people who want to work in the textile sector. People don't want to work in agriculture. This is the problem of attitude. This is the problem of what are the incentives that we give to these people to go and work in these traditional areas. Everyone wants a white-collar job. After going to school till the age of 16, 17, they don't want to go and do all these traditional work. We have to import labor. And this is where there's a policy failure. Okay? Now, incentives. This is what we should think in Africa, how to provide incentives to people to go to agriculture, to go into the industries, to go into the factory. Thank you.
I think we'll hold that. I'm sure the audience would love to comment about that during question times. Dr. Rose, do you have something to say on ICT also? And any other comment that you would like to bring in?
Yeah, I just want to focus on inclusion and also bring in the aspect of ICT. I think one of the community that we sometimes forget about are persons with disability. And I happened to visit a school for visually impaired, and if you look at the facilities that they have, they are highly limited. They don't have braille machines. They don't have things that can support the students. It's a school that has from primary to secondary school. And I know there is very new technology that is coming up. You don't have to use the old kind of braille versions, but you can use something digital that can help you to really move around and be able to communicate easily with the teacher, with the student, and in different areas. So when we talk about technology, I'm looking at it in terms of enhancing inclusivity of those who are left behind, and most of them are actually persons with disability. I also happened recently to mingle with the deaf and blind. They had a conference here in Nairobi. And if you look at the kind of technology that they use, for you to be able to communicate with them, technology has really made a difference for them. They are deaf and they are blind, and you need to actually communicate with them. So I think when we are talking about technology, let's also think about part of our society that really requires this kind of technology to be able to be with us. When we were doing the Zoom meetings, Aerc, we used to have, I don't know whether we still have, a sign language interpreter, which means that with that sign language interpreter, anything that we are talking about here, which has something one can learn even after this, anybody can watch it and watch the video later. But I think we have forgotten the same when we get back to physical meetings, yeah? Which means that we are just talking to ourselves, and probably there is among ourselves, or even after, because this is not just meant to help us in the deliberation that we are having here. But even after this, somebody would want to know what kind of deliberations did we have as far as skills, education, human capital development is concerned. And the only way that they can do it is to facilitate them with technology to actually take up what we have. So I'm looking at technology from that perspective, that using appropriate technology for part of our community would actually enhance inclusivity. Thank you.
Prof. Alfonsi, if you could also comment just on the previous presentations and if there's anything we want to raise. But to just the panelists, there's one other issue that's coming out, which has also come out, the issue of culture and the fact that as countries we have our different problems, challenges. We have our socio-economic different issues, we've got political conflicts and all that. How does this issue or the human capital development then play out? Because clearly it looks like there is no one-size-fits-all approach. So I'd like the panelists to also be thinking about that as we wind up, and then we will open questions.
Merci encore, Madame la modératrice, de me donner l'occasion d'intervenir. Je voudrais profiter pour réagir ou compléter certains points déjà soulevé par les autres panélistes sur la question des compétences. Et c'est extrêmement important. On se posait la question tout à l'heure de quelles compétences avons-nous besoin et comment développer ces compétences dans nos pays. Alors, moi, je dis souvent dans des débats qu'il est peut-être important que nous ayons une veille stratégique sur les compétences pour comprendre et anticiper de quelles compétences avons-nous besoin aujourd'hui, de quelles compétences aurons-nous besoin demain, dans 5 ans, dans 10 ans, dans 30 ans. Nos économies sont dynamiques, le monde est en pleine évolution et révolution. Alors, comment nous faisons attention aux compétences dont nous avons besoin et comment nous mettons en place les systèmes nécessaires pour développer ces compétences et les anticiper, avec bien sûr l'appui du secteur privé et l'implication de tous les ministères, de toutes, je dirais, les institutions de nos différents pays. Donc ça, c'était un premier point. Sur la question de l'implication du secteur privé, justement, nous sommes en train d'expérimenter quelque chose en Côte d'Ivoire à partir du programme Compact du MCC, Millennium Challenge Corporation. C'est-à-dire comment nous impliquons le secteur productif, les chefs d'entreprise, dans le design des curricula, dans la formation et dans la certification. Pour que ce qui sort du système éducatif soit conforme suffisamment aux attentes, aux préoccupations du secteur privé. Sinon, nous avons un système de formation à part et un secteur privé qui est en déphasage avec ce système de formation et cela pose toujours le problème d'appariement entre les compétences et les besoins. Et cela, c'est vrai pour l'offre publique d'éducation, c'est vrai aussi pour l'offre privée d'éducation sur lesquelles il faut mettre l'accent. Il y a un autre point important lorsqu'on parlait de l'inclusivité des jeunes, notamment. Il y a dans nos pays ce que nous ne regardons pas suffisamment, c'est le stock des jeunes non scolarisés, qui n'ont jamais été scolarisés, analphabètes, ou qui sont sortis très tôt du système éducatif et qui sont dans des activités formelles ou informelles. Alors, ces jeunes ont de faibles productivités et sont nombreux. Lorsqu'on prend ce stock-là, nous regardons ceux qui sont dans le système éducatif, comment améliorer la qualité. Que faisons-nous de tous ces jeunes, hommes et femmes, qui sont sortis très tôt du système et qui ont de faibles capacités en éducation? Alors, il est en train d'être expérimenté la question de l'école de la deuxième chance. Mais en même temps, il faut prendre en compte le défi de dire, mais quand un jeune a son activité professionnelle, il lui rapporte de l'argent chaque mois pour vivre, comment nous l'amenons à la formation? Comment nous le motivons pour l'amener à la formation, qu'il accepte d'être formé et d'accroître sa productivité, parce qu'il est par exemple les mécaniciens dans le secteur automobile, de l'automobile, il est peut-être maçon dans la construction, il est ainsi de suite. Comment nous l'amenons? Donc ça aussi c'est quelque chose qu'il faut prendre en compte. Il faut prendre en compte. Et toujours sur la question justement de la culture et autres, avant de terminer par les technologies de l'information et de la communication, les questions culturelles, il est peut-être important que nous regardions aussi comment nous développons les compétences cognitives qui portent sur les attitudes dont on a besoin pour plus de productivité. Il n'y a pas que la connaissance, connaître les mathématiques, savoir écrire, savoir rédiger, bien parler le français ou l'anglais, tout cela c'est bon, mais l'attitude, être capable de travailler en équipe, être capable d'être à l'heure, de respecter les aînés, d'être disposé à apprendre, nous avons beaucoup de gaps que nous observons, tant dans le secteur privé que dans le secteur public. Et finalement, la question de la culture, bon, je me suis interrogé, est-ce que les incitations ne peuvent pas régler tous ces stéréotypes que nous avons dans nos économies, dans nos pays, en termes je dirais, de barrières culturelles? Les incitations, c'est de dire quoi? Quels sont les signaux que nous donnons aux individus en termes de l'importance de l'éducation? Comment mettons-nous l'accent sur le mérite, sur la compétence, sur la productivité dans, je dirais, l'ascension sociale dans nos pays? Est-ce qu'appartenir à un parti politique, est-ce qu'être, je dirais, d'un système ou bien d'un groupe religieux, est-ce qu'être d'un groupe ethnique est plus important pour l'ascension professionnelle que le niveau d'éducation, le niveau de capacité de productivité? Alors si dans nos économies, on met plus l'accent sur les compétences, sur le mérite, sur le rendement privé de l'éducation comme signal, je pense que les individus vont commencer à s'intéresser beaucoup plus à l'éducation, à leur propre investissement dans l'éducation. On peut avoir tous les systèmes possibles, on fait tout, Mais les gens, ça peut ne pas les intéresser. Nous sommes dans les universités. Les gens, quels sont les leaders qu'on présente et autres. Et finalement, sur les ICT, moi, je terminerai pour dire, mais après Covid-19 ou en période de Covid-19, aujourd'hui, on met l'accent sur l'intelligence artificielle, sur, bien sûr, les questions du numérique nécessaires dans tous les domaines des activités. Est-ce que nous avons le choix? Nous n'avons plus le choix. Il nous faut rattraper le gap. Et on ne semble pas investir suffisamment dans ce rattrapage du gap numérique. Nous sommes encore à la traîne. Il nous faut rattraper le gap parce qu'on a besoin du numérique pour mieux apprendre, pour avoir accès au stock de connaissances qui existent en ligne un peu partout. Donc l'accès à Internet, l'accès au numérique globalement. Comment on peut utiliser le numérique pour mieux former les gens, pour mieux développer les compétences, pour que les gens partout aient accès à des connaissances existantes. Même en milieu rural. Même en milieu rural, comment j'arrive à accroître la productivité de ma plantation lorsque je peux avoir de l'information sur l'usage des engrais et ainsi de suite, ainsi de suite. Donc nous sommes aujourd'hui condamnés à rattraper ce gap. Et si nous ne le faisons pas, je pense que nous serons dépassés. Et il nous faut faire attention là-dessus. Voilà, Madame la modératrice, les différents points que je voulais ajouter. Merci.
Thank you, Prof. Honorable Salahuddin, your comments, perspective of what has been said and anything that you want to add, and just also on what policy reforms should we therefore take away?
Ok. Merci, Madame la modératrice. Je voudrais rebondir sur l'intervention de l'ambassadeur Yankee relativement au TIC. Aujourd'hui, nous avons dans nos pays des ministères dont les ministères exclusivement dédiés au TIC. Et ce qui veut dire que les TIC sont aussi importantes dans nos pays, mais les TIC ont montré leurs limites lors de la pandémie du Covid-19. Tel qu'il le disait, c'est vrai. Aujourd'hui, on a des technologies, nous avons nos smartphones et nos jeunes les utilisent. Et comment? Il faudrait quand même qu'on ait quand même un suivi de l'utilisation à bon escient de ces gadgets. Lors de la pandémie de Covid-19, on a eu dans nos universités des cours à distance. Il n'y avait plus de présentiel. Nous sommes dans des pays où, pour la plupart du temps, dans nos zones rurales, l'électricité n'y est pas, la couverture Internet n'y est pas. Donc, les étudiants se trouvaient, comme il n'y avait plus de cours, étaient obligés de rentrer au village. Mais quand il y a des cours en ligne, comment est-ce qu'ils pourront s'en sortir? Ça, ce sont des limites qu'il faudrait voir et remédier à cela. C'est pour cela qu'il faudrait voir aussi l'amélioration de la couverture d'électricité et tout dans ce sens. Pour ce qui est de la population en Afrique, la population en Afrique étant jeune, elle sera le moteur de la prospérité économique dans des années à venir. Mais uniquement s'il existe des politiques et des programmes nécessaires pour les opportunités qui s'offrent à elle et pour encourager des familles moins nombreuses. Un enchaînement d'impacts positifs peut découler d'une population active plus vaste, mieux éduquée et moins d'enfants à charge, c'est-à-dire enfants qui seront à leur tour mieux éduqués et plus employables à condition que les institutions soient renforcées et que des politiques économiques viables soient mises en place. Donc, ce qui veut dire que quand on voit quand même ce qu'on appelle le miracle asiatique, dans les années 50, les pays asiatiques, à l'instar de la Chine, se sont vus quand même accroître leur potentialité économique. Aujourd'hui, nous voyons la Chine qui est en train de détrôner les États-Unis pour être la première puissance économique mondiale. Donc, ce n'est pas pour rien. Donc, une population active nombreuse avec moins d'enfants à charge représente une occasion d'économie sur les services de santé et autres services sociaux. Améliorer la qualité de l'éducation, de renforcer la productivité économique puisque davantage les personnes travaillent, de renforcer les investissements dans les technologies et les compétences à l'appui du développement économique et de créer la richesse nécessaire pour faire face au vieillissement futur de la population. C'est ce que certains économistes appellent, comme on le dit, le bonus ou dividende démographique. Donc, ce créneau finira par se fermer avec le vieillissement de la population active et un plus petit nombre de personnes aura à sa charge des personnes âgées sans cesse plus nombreuses. Mais la période de bonus potentiel peut durer plusieurs décennies. Donc, si nous voulons quand même investir dans la jeunesse, il faudrait que les politiques changent de paradigme. Nous ne devons pas quand même être là, nous ne devons pas nous développer quand nous avons des politiques qui ne sont pas en concordance avec les besoins des populations à la base. Ça, j'insiste là-dessus. Et nous devons quand même faire en sorte que les politiques soient en adéquation avec tout ce dont on a besoin pour le renforcement des capacités au niveau de l'employabilité des jeunes et tout ce dont on a besoin pour la création des emplois et pour permettre à long terme un développement efficient et un développement efficient de nos pays et de nos économies. Donc, je voudrais m'arrêter ici pour l'instant et on verra ce que l'assistance posera comme question, on pourra revenir. Merci.
Thank you, sir. We would love to continue. Can we please give our panelists a round of applause? We will end there for now. And then we will open for questions. I think it's only fair that you also get an opportunity to participate, your questions, and also your comments. I would suggest that you indicate if your question is being addressed to a specific panelist. Otherwise, if it's not, I have faith that any one of them will have a response to your question. So could we first start right on at the back, the lady also at the back, and then we come back this side. Let's take the first four.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je suis Abba Ibrahim, je suis directeur de la formation et de l'orientation professionnelle au ministère de l'Emploi du Cameroun. Je voudrais très sincèrement féliciter les panélistes pour le questionnement élevé et donc essentiel. Je voudrais donc questionner les panélistes, ce qui m'a semblé missing link dans la problématique. Le sentiment que nous avons, c'est que dans les ordres, soit primaire, secondaire, il y a cette absence de curricula adapté à l'entreprise, pose véritablement un problème d'employabilité. Qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent que tous les experts...
Sorry, sir, we can't quite hear you, so if you could just...
Second issue. J'adhère à la proposition de son Excellence l'ambassadeur Bill Maurice.
Yeah, the interpreters can't hear you, so I'm sure the part of the room can't quite
Oh
get
my
you.
God, but my English is very weak, but let me try to in English.
Please.
My first issue is
Oh,
the
then
issue of
The
entrepreneurial
interpreter
education.
can't hear you. Can we just be speaking to the lady? We'll come back to you. Can we have another, yes, please. Then we'll come back to you, sir, definitely. It's the interpreter issue, though. Let's see if the interpreters will hit you, madam. We will hear you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lady. Am I being heard? Is it? Yes, thank you very much. I just have a few comments. I want to really appreciate the panelists led by Madame I think you've raised very important points coming from even the previous sessions we held yesterday. I wouldn't like to address it to specifics, but it's just commenting very quickly. Dr. Rose, my sister, I think you're right in saying that girls, the girl issue, we should not get tired of. At times we do get tired, particularly if we think that girls are different from boys. We know boys and girls are different, but girls do have very many other problems that we must address to ensure that we are giving them incentives. And related to that, there are issues of mentoring. I was talking to my sister, Dr. Scholastica, and saying, we were mentored, that's why we've reached this level. We need to ensure that just apart from they are getting the incentives, we ensure that they have mentorship, they have people shaping what subjects they are taking, so that they're also in the competitive world. Actually, we talked about even the decline, particularly at the higher level of women or girls doing economics. Dr. Scholastica told me, to get PhD economics now, it's going backwards. What is it? Where are the mentors? So we need to really ensure that we not only give them the incentives, but have a choice in terms of follow-up. How are they doing in life with respect to specific subjects? I was very happy to learn about the topic on quality of education and ICT, and really, as the speaker said, Ambassador, that the children coming out now may not be like us because they're not allowed to think. Everything is in the internet. It's not like the time we went to school. The other issue is the cultural challenges, but specifically relating to all that we are talking about. It came out very clearly that we cannot compare. Even within Africa, we have various differences in the way we do things. Having worked in Zimbabwe, having worked in Nigeria, and I'm a Kenyan, we have commonalities, but we have various differences that even in comparison, we have to take this into recognition.
All right, I will ask you to hold so that I can get other speakers on board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We did come this side. I'll come back to you, say I haven't forgotten you. I just need us to give as much room. There was somebody on the left, so let's move on to the next person. Then we'll come to you, say I see you. Please keep it short and brief. We're running out of time, but we would love to take as much questions and views as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. 2 quick points. One is on what I call governance, education governance. I think this is an area that has not been well discussed. And if I give you one example from my country, Nigeria, the lecturers were on strike for 8 months, 8 good months, and government did nothing about it. Eventually, when the schools resumed, within 2 or 3 months, the whole academic session was concluded, and they moved to the next class. And then we talk of quality. As I said, I'm keeping it short, but you think through it. The second area is what one of the panelists talked about, youth purge. Some of the statistics, I don't have the exact numbers, shows that while average unemployment in Africa is about 25%, among youths, it's about 30%, and amongst women, young women, is about 35%. So the question is, why are youth so disadvantaged? And one issue we found out is what we call the skill mismatch. Okay, the type of skills that young people come out from the universities and what the industry needs. The gap is too much. Okay, so how do we bridge this demand-supply gap? I think the curriculum in the universities have to be redefined to reflect the industry needs, which for today does not meet. And so what industry is doing is that they recruit young people and they spend about 6 months retraining them before they can employ them. So this is why you have so much gap between unemployment rate among youths and the rest of the population. I think this is one.
Thank you, sir. Please hold. Can we have one this side? And then we'll have. Yes, there's one at the back actually. He was one of the first, I recall. Then we'll come back here to you, sir, and then to you, doctor. And then we'll go back to the gentleman there. Let's be fair. Just keep it short, please. One question if possible, so that we can allow others.
Oui, merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je voudrais saluer votre leadership, saluer et féliciter tous les membres du panel pour la pertinence de leurs propos. J'ai 3 questions que je vais résumer en une seule, compte tenu de la contrainte du temps. Quelle est la place finalement qu'on donne à la diaspora dans la promotion du capital humain, en termes de transfert de compétences, en termes de transfert de technologie, en termes de transfert de connaissances? On n'en parle pas souvent. J'ai été très heureux que l'ambassadeur Nyanki ait évoqué la notion de diaspora. Malheureusement, j'attendais un peu plus de commentaires. Donc je voudrais lui demander de nous informer et de nous instruire sur la meilleure façon d'impliquer la diaspora dans la promotion du capital humain. Deuxième préoccupation, Madame la modératrice, il y a ce qu'on appelle le programme de mobilité des talents. Il y a quelques années, lorsque j'étais directeur général de l'intégration africaine, on avait piloté ce programme financé par la Banque mondiale. Un programme qui impliquait 4 pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Bénin, la Sierra Leone et le Ghana. Vous savez, en termes de reconnaissance mutuelle de diplômes, il y avait énormément de défis qu'il fallait relever. Alors, j'aimerais bien entendre les panélistes sur leur façon de comprendre la meilleure gestion des talents. Parce que les talents, il y a des gens qui naissent avec des talents qui sont peut-être en dehors du système éducatif. Alors ces personnes, comment on les implique, comment on les oriente, comment on les encadre et comment on les forme? Je pense qu'on n'en parle pas suffisamment assez et donc j'aimerais bien entendre les panélistes sur cette question. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, sir. Can we go back to you, sir, and then we'll come back to you. Let's allow him, please.
Merci beaucoup.
So the interpreters are good. They will hear you, so feel free.
Merci infiniment, Madame la Présidente. C'était juste 2 préoccupations que je voulais resoumettre à l'attention de nos panélistes. La première, c'est la problématique de l'entrepreneuriat. Je l'ai dit, ça a été le missing link dans nos discussions. Que pensez-vous véritablement de l'éducation entrepreneuriale dans notre système éducatif de tous les autres? Deuxième préoccupation, j'adhère à la proposition de son Excellence l'ambassadeur de l'île Maurice en Russie sur l'hypertrophie de l'enseignement général. En tant que haut panéliste, que proposerez-vous? Comment allez-vous convaincre les décideurs pour investir davantage dans le développement, dans le TVET, l'enseignement technique et formation professionnelle? Parce qu'effectivement, depuis 3 ans que j'assure cette fonction dans mon pays, je me rends compte que c'est le secteur qui crée davantage de richesses, alors que les autres ordres d'enseignement constituent le management des richesses. Comment faut-il orienter les décideurs pour investir davantage dans l'enseignement technique et formation professionnelle pour que davantage, si les richesses sont créées, nous léguons cela aux gestionnaires de ces richesses-là qui dérivent effectivement de l'enseignement d'ordre général. Merci.
Thank you, sir. Can we have your question then, Doctor? There we will have your question also. And then we will end, I think, with you, my dear, at the end. So 3 more people and then we...
Merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole accordée. Je suis donc Douzoune Malay, directeur des analyses économiques donc, au ministère en charge du plan au niveau du Tchad. Alors moi j'ai 2 points essentiels. Le premier point est relatif au développement de compétences. Depuis hier, j'ai écouté avec intérêt les différentes discussions. On a omis un élément essentiel qui est la libéralisation de l'offre de formation dans nos États. On s'est rendu compte que dès qu'on a libéralisé l'offre de formation, le privé s'est installé et tous nos enfants ne veulent plus aller dans les écoles publiques. Ils vont dans les écoles privées parce qu'il n'y a pas de reprise, dans la majorité des cas. Donc du coup, cette libéralisation, n'est-ce pas, a un impact négatif sur le développement de compétences donc, dans nos États. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour réduire effectivement le poids
du secteur privé dans le domaine de l'offre formation pour que réellement on revienne donc à nos pas des années 60. Deuxième élément, c'est relatif à les pôles d'excellence. Vous voyez, j'ai l'impression que chaque pays veut offrir toutes les formations. Or, nous avons donc de communautés économiques régionales, les CER, au niveau de l'Union africaine, 9 au total. Pourquoi ne pas mutualiser nos forces, nos ressources, j'allais dire, pour créer des pôles d'excellence dans les chaînes de valeur? Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est l'orientation que veulent nos pays. Donc, la question que j'aimerais poser à l'ensemble des panélistes, comment donc mutualiser nos ressources, je dis tant humaines, financières et matérielles, pour créer donc des pôles d'excellence dans le domaine de chaîne de valeur. Voilà, madame, les deux questions que j'avais donc à l'endroit dans le panéliste. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, sir. Let's have you, doctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panelists. One submission and one question. We've talked about the digitization, and I think I hear more of participation or interventions from the student side. I'm just proposing that perhaps we also think about digitization, but from the supply side. That is on our teachers themselves. COVID gave us some insights. We talk about textbooks as one of the requirements. And delivering textbooks, we've realized that many times books are bought and they are not distributed to the schools for years. Yeah, that is a loss and resources wasted. But with digitization, I think we will be able to get online textbooks that are now being produced, and perhaps our teachers can now learn using them or reading from them, as opposed to wasting the resources and getting the textbooks and we don't deliver them to the schools where they're required. And the knowledge sharing, I like it, one of the panelists mentioned it in the agriculture sector, but still we can do the same in our education sector, that our teachers can learn from best practices elsewhere without necessarily traveling there. My question, Dr. Barungi, thank you so much for bringing the PPP element. What type of PPP would we perhaps engage in to increase, for instance, the collaboration between public schools and or private schools? Let me maybe rephrase. We're having kind of an influx of private schools, and we presume that private schools would have higher quality. That's a presumption. And I would assume that there would be a partnership that would allow the not so lucky students to go and benefit from that good quality. How can government intervene there, work with maybe parents? I've heard of voucher systems maybe. That increases access for those that are not able to attend school in general, but also lifts a few from the one level to perhaps move into the private schools and benefit from that quality. I would like maybe to hear from you about such partnerships, given that we cannot run away from the private sector that is growing so big. And of course, finally, the innovation. Let's not run away from the digital divide. Enhancing innovative and entrepreneurial skills would be good, given that there's probably a decrease in the absorption of the graduates in the public sector. Many of them are going to remain redundant. We've got a lot of unemployed graduates, but perhaps they also come out with the wrong skills. Innovation maybe and entrepreneurial skills, just emphasizing what the gentleman has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Can we have last question from the lady next to you, that side? Then we will open to answers.
Thank you very much. I just want to propose some recommendations premised on the already established challenges that we are having. It has been established that there is this gap between schooling and learning. So I just want to propose, premise on where I am coming from, that parents should be sensitized not to impose anything, discipline on their children. How do I mean? I can remember my parents wanted me to be a medical doctor. And here I am. I don't
like seeing someone that is sick. I can't stand seeing blood. But I love food. I love anything that has to do with food. So I kept failing JAMB, and eventually I had to go for agriculture because the cutoff was low, and I'm more fulfilled now. Come to think of it, there would have been a gap between my schooling and learning if I was forced. If I had keyed into, okay, let me just satisfy my parents, maybe I would have been a quack doctor now. But thank God, it's never happened that way. So most times we parents want to impose it on our children, and that could bring about this, what is it called, schooling learning gap. If you don't have passion for something, you might just be memorizing it and you will not be able to learn well. I'm talking from my own perspective. Then another thing, most times in our schools, we don't have practical facilities that will enhance learning. And you end up memorizing what you're not supposed to memorize. I have one housemaid. She's very small though. She can identify all fruits that they were told, apple, because we don't eat apple at home. So the moment she gets to school, and they said, what is this? She knows it. When she brings her book home, and I said, this is apple. She will say, okay, apple. Ask her the next 2 hours. She won't know what it is because she's not used to it. So facilities are actually needed to facilitate learning in our schools. That's
thank you, madam. Let's hold there. Practical learning.
Yeah, practical learning. Then concerning the school of...
Please, can you just cut it short? Be very short now. We must close. Yes.
Of mismatch. There is no school, no matter how good, that can give you everything that you need. So we need on-the-job training. I think we've not been talking about this. We've been talking about school. I am from a training institute. So please, if you want to get a job, whoever is engaging anyone, should try as much as possible to train them on the job. And it should be a continuous thing. We should keep learning from cradle to grave. So that will also enhance our...
Thank you, madam.
All right, let me
we will end there now. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have only, I think, 2 or 3 questions which were directed to 2 of our panelists. I think, Ms. Barungi, you have one that was directed to you. Would like you to answer that one on PPPs. And then we've got one to you, Ambassador. And then we'll see where we go with time. Can we also just be brief so that we can answer? But some of the questions were really comments, so we will not even go into them. We'll just accept and adopt those as comments. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll just give a very specific example on PPP. I'm working with a group of actually techies, Gen Zs, that are setting up an endowment fund. And the reason that they're doing this is, and it's in Uganda, and the reason that they're doing this is because that they've noticed that because the government bursary system has collapsed, I mean, I'm sure at least my parents benefited from the government bursary system, and that's how they got into the best schools in the country. But because in many African countries that has collapsed, private sector is beginning to step in. So this group of techies that I'm working at are looking at what is the possibility of alumni of different schools setting up endowment funds and targeting students, be it in public or private schools, to then carry on with their education. So here is private sector actually stepping in to fill a funding gap. And that's the best example I can give. Thanks. And this will obviously involve digitization of education as well. And hence the reason that this group is looking at it as well. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Ambassador, I think 2 questions were directed to you. Can we keep them brief?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Regarding diaspora, I think we all know that we do very well in Europe and elsewhere, okay, when we are not in our country. The diaspora have a wealth of knowledge and experience which, we can use in our country. So in Mauritius, for example, there is a scheme which the government has come up with that we are trying to invite our diaspora back, come for 4 or 5 years, give them tax holidays, give them all types of incentives, you know, so that they can come and try to help the economy. So this is one experience that we have in Mauritius. And many diaspora, they are coming back home and helping in the different sectors. The second thing regarding diaspora, which I think that even now that our youth, you know, they are, because of the mobility of labor, it is very important for us, at least those people, to understand the culture of the other countries. Because if you are working outsourced, if you are negotiating, if you are dealing business deals with them, it's very important to know the ethics. You know, you need to have the ethics, the work culture, and to know about the other cultures. This is where culture becomes very important, and this is where the connection with the diaspora becomes very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we come to an end. Questions that have not been answered, I think we will interact and we'll discuss them more. Oh, there's an online questions. If you could quickly just go through them, hopefully there are comments so that we can accept them, but let's hear you.
They have raised their hand. They would like to be given a platform to project their voice also. We have Adedeji, communication. Can you allow them to speak? And then we have Asimiu Gande.
Okay. Are they on already?
Yes, they are online. Adedeji, can you? Mute.
Sorry, yes, can they at least chat or question, type it out?
Okay.
Yeah. But otherwise, whilst they're trying to connect, ladies and gentlemen, these are our panelists. Can we give them a round of applause? I think they did very well for us. And then obviously for yourselves, the questions were good. There are issues that have been left hanging. I will ask our organizers to bring us again to discuss issues such as youth empowerment and so on and so forth. But thank you very much, and we'll break now.
You don't allow me to ask questions. Oh. Alright. Hello?
All right, let's give you a chance.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay, a quick question. Yeah, I think I enjoyed the presentation. I'm Abidi Fatai from CC in Nigeria. So, but my concern is about the teacher that engage in this training. I think we are leaving them out in our discussion because we find out that they are, okay, for instance, for the pre-service teacher. So there are evidence that show that there is no motivation. There is no motivation for them to stay even in to stay after their training in the school. That's one. Two, there's no, also in the in-service training and teaching, you will also find that there is no motivation for this teacher, even if you provide all these digital support and so on and so forth. What about the support for this teacher? The motivation for them to really take this training of children for very, very important, because if there's no motivation for them, so no matter how many facility we provide for them, so So this motivation may not allow them to maximize this opportunity. So I don't know what policymakers are thinking about regarding that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
We have Asimi Ugande.
Okay, Asimo, briefly.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ok. Je suis Asimi Ugande, je suis assistant de recherche en économie à l'Université de Lomé au Togo. Je suis également affilié au Center for Petroleum Energy Economic and Law de l'Université de Ibadan au Nigeria, où je suis actuellement. J'ai relevé quelques points sur l'intervention du représentant de la CEDEAO qui a parlé de l'investissement dans la recherche et développement. Je pense que c'est un point capital vraiment à retenir. Quel est l'investissement qu'on fait dans la recherche? C'est vraiment important. Puisque qu'on le veut ou pas, il y a une relation intrinsèque entre la théorie et la pratique sur le terrain. Deuxième point, c'est la prise de conscience de la fuite des cerveaux. Effectivement, on a parlé de l'investissement dans la jeunesse, c'est vrai. Mais aujourd'hui, le constat qu'on fait est qu'on forme les jeunes, mais les jeunes à la recherche d'une meilleure, de l'Eldorado, d'une meilleure vie à l'extérieur, sont obligés de quitter leur pays. Maintenant, l'investissement qu'on fait dans les pays, ça va finalement servir à quoi? Je pense que c'est vraiment, il faut créer des conditions. Même si on forme les jeunes, il faut créer des conditions pour retenir ces jeunes-là sur place, parce qu'on a plein de docteurs, plein de chercheurs à l'extérieur maintenant. Et pour chuter, je veux parler, je veux dire en fait qu'il faut compter beaucoup plus sur le potentiel de croissance de l'Afrique. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on a tendance beaucoup plus à miser sur les investissements, les prêts des institutions de Bretton Woods, notamment la Banque mondiale et le FMI. Et même l'Afrique, qu'est-ce que nous-mêmes on fait vraiment pour vraiment et compter sur notre potentiel? On a parlé de l'agriculture. Je pense que c'est également un facteur qui est vraiment important pour le développement de l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup. J'ai beaucoup aimé la conférence. Je vous remercie.
There's a question from Ethiopia, from Zege Tesema.
Oh, we have another session that needs to kick in. Yes, please. Thank you very much. It shows that we need more time, so we hopefully our organizers will organize this again. But you've been a good audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you wish, you can maintain your seats there. I just want to read a resolution. So if you wish, recommendations. If you wish, you can maintain it. Same time. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, panelists, for very fruitful discussions. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to quickly read some of the recommendations that we picked from the discussions on the floor, from the papers, and from all the presentations that were made since yesterday. And it goes as follows. Senior African policy makers reaffirm the critical role of human capital for development in Africa. At ARC Senior Policy Seminar held in Nairobi, Kenya, on 29th and 30th of March 2023, and hosted by the African Economic Research Consortium, supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, focusing on the theme Human Capital Development in Africa, senior policymakers from around the African continent adopted a declaration as an affirmation of their strong commitment to supporting human capital development for an enhanced transformation of African economies. These are some of the recommendations. Nairobi, March 30th, 2023. We, African policymakers assembled at the Aerc Senior Policy Seminar, affirming that human capital, the education, skills, health, and culture of a people is crucial for development of African countries and plays a pivotal role in the transformation of African economies. Recognizing that sub-Saharan Africa scores the lowest of all the world's region on the World Bank's Human Capital Index, a measurement of how well countries invest in the next generation of workers. Further recognizing that there is improved household access to healthcare, school enrollment, and amenities, and tools to enhance quality of life. However, the goal of human capital and quality of life still lags significantly behind. Noting that human capital development is critical for building sustainable, resilient, and inclusive growth in Africa, and that investment in human beings for improved social and economic outcomes in future through quality education, healthcare, nutrition, jobs, and skills is vital to ending extreme poverty and creating more inclusive societies. Further noting that human capital in Africa requires a massive coordinated effort to strengthen the quality, efficiency, and impact on investments in people, thus the need to facilitate regional and country-owned policy reforms, action plans, and cross-country planning. Mindful of the reality of key constraints on human capital accumulation, such as weak public financial management and service delivery systems, also mindful of the need to address policy reforms that would enable Africa's young people to grow up with optimal health and equipped with the right skills to compete in digitizing global economy. Appreciating the urgent need for human capital development policy reforms and institutional innovation to overcome these obstacles with an emphasis on stronger implementation. Acknowledging the importance of tackling problems related to human development and how to improve the capability of the continent and its policy makers to confront human capital development challenges, leverage the opportunities they present as it confronts its development challenges. Recommendations affirm that assisting policymakers and other actors to improve generation and management of knowledge on Africa's human capital so as to address key constraints on human capital accumulation and respond effectively to these challenges. I commend the critical role of the African Economic Research Consortium and its partner institutions in capacity building for promoting evidence-based policies, as well as generating the knowledge basis for decision-making on such key policy issues as human capital. Take note of the multiple overlapping global crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change-induced natural disasters, regional armed conflicts, which have underscored the need to protect and bolster the human capital in overarching effort to save lives, promote well-being, and safeguard future productivity. Confirm to leveraging of technology and innovations in projects to further develop human capital, as well as support policy reforms to overcome legal and regulatory constraints. Further confirmed to undertake consultations with our own governments, both national and sub-national, to explore the scope for advancing research to strengthen the knowledge base and demand side of human capital, and call for renewed efforts towards the implementation of the Abidjan Declaration of July 2015-2021 that established 3 priorities for Africa, that is human capital improvement, job creation through private sector development policies, and economic recovery. So those are some of the recommendations that we picked from the floor, and also distilled from the paper. So I'll invite Ambassador Palayan Sane to take comments, questions, and then we will revise the document and then circulate to all participants here, as well as other policymakers who are not able to make it to this seminar. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have for us a document. This is an attempt to actually reflect the spirit of the presentations and the discussions that took place in these past 2 days. We should not take this paper as a resolution, some sort of result of negotiation. We're not in a negotiation table, it's just brainstorming. So we'll ask your indulgence for the limitation of this paper, but I would like to open the floor for who would like to raise some questions, bearing in mind that this is a work in progress. We have to maintain contact with the Aerc to continue to discuss the issues, and perhaps at later stage may have a better paper to reflect actually the full debate and presentation that were met here. So the floor is open, but just not to make big comments. If you think that there are essential gaps in the document, please feel free to do it. And of course, the Secretariat will take note of your comment.
Thank you, Chairperson. A very quick comment, perhaps a recommendation to add. Drawing from the first day, yesterday, first presentation by Professor Lant Pritchett, the link between economic productivity and human capital accumulation. I think it's important to understand, looking at the structure of the economies of most African countries, which have industrialized prematurely, and the share of services have increased, but these are services that are mostly informal, not directly promoting or supporting productive capacities in the productive sectors. I would like to move that, in addition to those that have been recommended, we also recommend that African countries adopt specific industrial policies designed to move the structure of the economy in ways that will promote productivity in critical sectors that in the end will help to develop that human capital that we need in the 21st century.
Thank you. Well taken. Other questions? Please, very short, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to take my cue from the last speaker. That is, as far as I've been making my point here, the bottom line is that, for example, yeah, I mean, we all heard him say that we need to obviously promote industrialization. But where do you start? So my own focus has been and will continue to be to the end of this seminar that, for example, in 2015, the ECA they came out with a document titled Innovative Finance and Innovative Financing Measures for the Economic Transformation of Africa. These are the kinds of things that we must have to put in place. We must have to re-examine our development model, because in all what we've been saying at this seminar, all what we've been saying, everything revolves around money, 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 everything, quality, quality, quality. So we certainly need to have a rethink of how we want to raise this money, especially on our own. We cannot just keep on as a continent looking out to external assistance. It just won't work that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I have some observation. So my thinking is, in Africa, we have to redesign our education system to the structure of our economics in order to create more jobs. On top of that one, we have to make partnership between private sector and the school. For example, job markets. In the high school level, the young people can come to the job market and talk to the different enterprise, what kind of skill they need, so that before getting to the universities, they can go and learn that skill. When they finish school, the job is ready for them. So that will be the good things to reduce the gap. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that there have been discussion about the mismatch between the training and then the jobs available on the market. So this is very important. Okay, sir?
Bien, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Who has the floor? It is here, sir. The floor is here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we have to put the economic transformation of our economy in perspective. As said by...
Could you open the micro, please?
It's on. It's on. Okay. So now, if you look at agricultural development in Africa, you have 64% of the households in Africa are dependent or draw the livelihood from agriculture. And agricultural productivity, the lowest across the globe. It's high time now we have to put more efforts in raising productivity of agriculture. And that will go in a long way in transforming the economy through its what we call symbiotic relationship with the industrial sector. Because Africa's industrialization definitely will be formed by, or will be more or less processing of agricultural products. And through that also, you are going to increase employment. Instead of exporting raw materials, you will be processing them, you are going to add value, and you are going to create jobs. The second aspect, which we have to look for the way of bringing to the political economic system. Leadership is everything. Look at leadership in Africa. Think the first generation, along the first generation, independence, they did a good job. The rest are too selfish. The rest, they are not visionary. The rest don't work. They talk. We keep on 1980s talking the same thing, 1990s, year 2000. Leaders, As I'm speaking now, I hear there is a demonstration going on. That demonstration, for whose benefit now? It's benefit of one leader. So we have to put emphasis. Leadership will change. We want leaders who are development-oriented. Development in the sense that people-oriented. We need leaders who are not selfish. We need leaders who are selfless. But above all, we need leaders who walk the talk.
Thank you, sir. This is the aspect of governance that has been addressed in the discussions earlier on. Who next? Yeah.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je serai très bref. Au cours de la table ronde, il y a un panéliste, le professeur Auré Alban, qui avait évoqué une idée très intéressante. Malheureusement, nous n'avons pas eu le temps de la développer. C'est celle de la création d'une veille stratégique des compétences. Je pense que c'est important de...
La création de...
Une veille stratégique des compétences. De toute façon, il est dans la salle, il pourra revenir sur cette notion. Mais l'idée, c'est de se donner une vision à moyen et à long terme, une vision autour de laquelle on va pouvoir associer les décideurs, le secteur privé et tous les partenaires, de façon à ce que nous ayons les capacités de pouvoir répondre aux défis à venir. Je pense que c'est important que ça figure parmi nos résolutions, parce que ça va nous projeter dans ce que nous avons à faire dans le moyen et le long terme. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Next one.
Merci. C'est Denis Acclassateur du Bénin. Je crois qu'il est important qu'il apparaisse dans nos résolutions qu'il faut forcément généraliser l'accès à l'école primaire ou l'enseignement primaire pour tous, obligatoirement. S'il faut l'inclure dans nos constitutions, il faut le faire pour que nos enfants puissent savoir au minimum lire et écrire. Ça peut être dans les langues que nous voulons, mais il faut que cela puisse se faire. Une fois ceci réalisé, il faudra maintenant moduler la formation des ressources humaines ou bien du capital humain suivant les besoins de nos économies. Et troisième étape, maintenant, il faut coûte que coûte qu'on ait une structure capable d'hisser vraiment nos ressources humaines au niveau des compétences internationales. C'est comme ça que l'Afrique ne sera pas à la traîne compte tenu de l'environnement qui se dessine au plan mondial. Je vous remercie.
I assume this is the last speaker, so on this I would like to express appreciation for your contribution. This seminar has been very informative, but like I said, it is a work in progress. We cannot say that this can be the end of the debate. It is the beginning of debate, the beginning of the partnership between the Aerc Secretariat and then policymakers. So I would like to hand over the micro to Secretariat for a vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've harvested all the comments. They will be used to revise the version that I shared with you earlier. Then this will be sent all the participants present here, as well as those who are not able to join us in these proceedings. So now, as we wind up, just want to say a vote of thanks. One, to Honorable Eliud Owalo, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information and Communication and Digital Economy in Kenya, for agreeing to be the chief guest and also officially opening this seminar. I'd also like to thank the Central Bank of Kenya for support that they gave us. We also want to thank Bill and Melinda Gates, who are actually the sponsors of this project on human capital. We want to thank the presenters of the papers for undertaking policy research and preparing summarized slides which were shared with the policymakers. Discussants also for providing a critical look and examination of the presentations that were made by the presenters. All the chairs of sessions we say thank you very much for effective guidance of the proceedings, as you also tried as much as possible to manage time very well. I want to thank members of the Policy Roundtable doing a very good job. The Policy Roundtable was very vibrant, and issues raised in the last 2 days also came up in the Policy Roundtable. Members of the team that helped also in preparing the recommendations, AERC team, as well as other policymakers who participated, we really want to thank you. Then we also want to thank all the participants. I can't mention everybody, but all participants who found time to participate in this important event from all across Africa. We want to thank you very much. Without you, this senior policy seminar would not have been a success. I'd also like to thank the ARC board, as well as the acting executive director, Professor Theophile Azemo, for ARC's overall institutional leadership, as well as all ARC staff who are involved in the organization of this important event. The multimedia team live streaming, we were able to reach more than 1,000 people who some made comments. I would like to thank the multimedia team, as well as the team that provided simultaneous interpretation services for removing language barrier and enabling us to focus on the real issues. I would like to thank the hotel, that is Radisson Blue Hotel, the staff for providing home away from home through a conducive venue, accommodation, and warm hospitality, all our participants. Lastly, but not least, anybody whom I have not mentioned in this list of votes of thanks, thank you. Thank you very much. So now I'll make a few housekeeping announcements. One is that we'll have dinner at 7 o'clock in this hall. After this session will be rearranged, then we can come back for dinner at 7 o'clock. Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Honorable Minister, Finance and Treasury, Kenya, sent his apologies. He's right now away in Germany with the President, but he promised to join us for dinner, so he'll make a speech during dinner. As we also break after this session, I know some of us would want to go out, venture into the city. Please do note that there are some pockets of area in this city that there are demonstrations. So as you walk out of the hotel, just be careful. We will issue vouchers to everybody for lunch, and I request our Muslim brothers, you can keep the voucher if you not use it now. I'm sure you're not going to use it now. You can use it anytime after opening your fast. We We will share an evaluation form online. Kindly find time to fill it so that we know how you felt about this event and maybe some of the concerns that you might want us to take into consideration as we organize maybe the next senior policy seminar next year. So I think without further ado, I would like to thank you very much, all participants, everybody else who followed this meeting online from wherever they are, that made it a success. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your stay in Nairobi. We have a national park just across. I think Nairobi is one of the cities that has a national park in the city. If you find time, please go there and see some wild animals. Asante sana.